all of us. And I appreciate that on this very important day that we are convening this panel discussion and giving due priority to addressing the role of Indian women in the space sector. I am honored to be here with such accomplished women, scientists, leaders, and entrepreneurs. And as India matures as a spacefaring power, our space sector is at an inflection point. It's undergoing structural changes. And policymakers have an important role to play right now. Women's active participation must be supported for equitable and sustainable development. And reflecting on this topic is a very useful exercise. First, we have to take note of women's contributions and assess what more needs to be done. And we need to impress upon young girls to take up a career in space. The government of India has always been committed to women empowerment. Our labor laws include a number of protective provisions, such as paid maternity leave of 26 weeks, which I have availed of very satisfactorily, mandatory creche facilities and social security, and 43% of STEM graduates in India are women. This is one of the best records in the world. And I understand that women form about 20% of ISRO's workforce. And later on, we will hear more from our panelists and how the women have played a big role in Chandrayaan-3, Mangalyaan, and Aditya L1. Their courage and persistence against all odds paved the way for the next generation of women achievers. Just like Dr. Rashmi, our moderator, they are our role models. And while women's participation in the workforce is a good indicator of inclusive policies, we also need to look at career progression and whether they are well represented in decision-making positions at higher levels. I understand here, this is where we have work to do. The gender gap in space diplomacy mirrors the gender gap as well as in the space science. So now I am coming from the perspective of the Ministry of External Affairs. I'm a lady diplomat working in the field of disarmament and arms control, including in outer space. So let me share with you my broader perspective. And I'm aware of the challenges of representation in negotiations on technical matters considered to be hard security, involving high stakes, compared to soft issues such as, again, gender or maybe human rights. Work demands long hours. It requires global mobility. And when we look around in the room, women are still in the minority. However, India has always fielded very strong women in disarmament negotiations. My organizations, the MEA, has entrusted me with the responsibility to lead a very, let's say, so it's called Disarmament and International Security Affairs. So it deals with very tough matters. And I have women officers working under me. I have Seema Pujani here who works on space matters. And we've had women ambassadors in the Conference on Disarmament in Geneva at the helm, as well as women officers at the working level. So the glass ceiling is certainly broken. You may have heard of Ambassador Arundhati Ghosh in 1996, and we were under considerable international pressure when we had to sign the CTBT. But she closed India's statement in Geneva with the now famous words, "Mr. President, I would like to declare on the floor of this august assembly that India will never sign this unequal treaty, not now, not later." The intake of women into the Indian Foreign Service through the civil services examination has been steadily going up. So if we look back, I joined 20 years ago. So we were 7 out of 20. Before that, there were 2 out of 20. But now there's almost parity. I mean, now it's about 50-50 boys and girls. I'm sure that more and more of them will work on outer space security matters in the future. So let me conclude these opening thoughts by leaving us with some ideas for normalizing women in space careers. We need to disrupt stereotypes and rethink our biases to create an enabling organizational culture. Women are better equipped to take leadership roles when provided equal opportunity and access to resources. Therefore, we need an ecosystem that ensures greater access to mentoring, to capacity building, and financing. To achieve this, sensitization of the opposite gender is a must. Men must be aware of women's challenges and why supporting them is good for the organization, economy, and society. I'm optimistic that when we meet after a decade at the next Space Meet, we would have succeeded in amplifying women's voices. I hope to see more women innovators, space startup founders, more entrepreneurs, more scientists, and more policy makers in any of our meeting rooms. I hope that even my little daughter would be inducted into this kind of sector as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mohanpuri. And I completely agree with you that when we talk about the women participation, it has to be participation in real, actually. Just being on the table and, not being part of that table, I mean, for the discussion and the policy making, it doesn't have much of a meaning. So thank you. And coming from you, who is holding such an important strategic, collaborations internationally and space diplomacy, it makes more impact. So thank you, madam, for the thoughtful comments. Moving ahead, our next panelist is Dr. S.T. Aruna, and she's a chief scientist and head of the Surface Engineering Division, CSIR NAL. And she has a 30 years of research leadership experience, and she's a winner of many awards, many papers, 140 publications she has to her credit. So, madam, your opening thoughts on this topic.
Yeah, a very good afternoon to all of you. The topic, She in Space, symbolizes the hard work, the dedication, and the resilience of Indian women. And I feel that this is only a beginning. And we are not seeing many women moving from research desks to the boardrooms. And we have seen that CSIR was established 80 years ago, and now only after 80 years we are seeing first women DG. Similarly, I think this is the case with ISRO also. We have not seen a women chairman, I think even directors also. So I feel that there's a need, the changes should happen, not only from the bottom up to the top, we should see more women in all spheres. If you know that the women who rocks the cradle can rule the world, if she is given an opportunity, she can really show that she is very much capable and she can deliver the things. Apart from that, we are all privileged to work in premium institutes, and we all have the crash facilities and all other facilities. But we have to go to the grassroots, the rural places where there are many women who are working, even in school teachers, they're traveling some hundreds of kilometers, and they even do not have the toilets. To that extent, women are struggling. So there's a need that we have to see the overall growth of women in the country, and all men have to really join hands and really promote more women. Whenever you see a woman who is really capable, please help them to reach greater heights, motivate them so that they can bring in more changes in the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aruna, and you rightly mentioned that it's a time to move out of the research rooms to the boardrooms, and we have to not just concentrate on the urban setup where the facilities are more, awareness is more, but we really have to reach out to the village girls and women to whom we can empower them, to bring them into the main STEM line. So thank you. Moving ahead, we have a very young panelist with us, Ms. Saranya, and she has graduated from the IIT Madras in ocean engineering. By the way, I'm also from the ocean science, actually. And immediately after her master's, she joined Agnikul, and she's leading the design and manufacturing of the various structural subsystems. So that's amazing. At this young age, you have achieved so much. So what is your, initial thoughts on this topic? And you can connect very well with the ISRO, setup as well.
First of all, thank you everyone for inviting me, and it's really an honor to be among this such awesome panelists. Regarding STEM and women in space, 2 points from whatever already been discussed. First is the awareness. I think many women are still not aware in many places that there are opportunities which is available, and there are also some government policies which helps them to promote. For example, when we go to even some institute, we have some concession with even money, financial crisis, if we have half the fee we have to pay. Such kind of schemes are there which is still people are not aware of. That kind of awareness has to be first provided. Secondly, second is a participation. When I have seen, when I was in my BTech, the number of people in my school, in my college were like 1:4, male and female. And similarly in my master's, it was only 3 people among another 40 people. But when I came to my office, I have seen a change. I have really seen 40% of our company women are in leadership role. So that kind of an environment should be provided for the women. There should not be any bias. I think we are progressing, but still far away to go. This kind of environment building and then giving opportunity will definitely lead to a better ecosystem in space. I think already women here are proving such amazing things. Yeah, these are the 2 points. Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Rania, and you rightly said that we don't lack the opportunities. We have immense opportunities, and all of us are empowered women. So there lies the responsibilities as well with us, so as to make these things aware to those girls and women who are not so aware of the space science, or for that matter any STEM aspects. Thank you. So moving ahead. We have Dr. Shankari Murli. Let us welcome Madam. She is currently the Joint Secretary and the Financial Advisor at Department of Space. And she has over 30 years of service experience. She has hold many key positions in Ministry of Commerce, Central Board of Excise and Taxes, Department of Personnel and Training, Ministry of Finance. So welcome, Madam, for this panel discussion. And over to you for your initial comments for this topic, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Rashmi. And, so first of all, felicitations to all from this panel of She in Space. When I originally heard about this topic, this theme for a panel discussion, I was a bit bewildered. I said, what is this? Is it tokenism? What is it? What are we supposed to be talking about? So I did, have to do a little bit of homework before, coming here. And what I realized is, when we are talking about India in the context of the global space economy, when we are talking of India taking its rightful place in the world, going from 8 billion to 44 billion, we can't be talking merely about public and private. We need to talk about men and women. So this is a missing thing that we need to talk about. One of the panelists also mentioned that ISRO has a very good, not a very good perhaps, but a rather good percentage of representation of women, about nearly 20%. But there again, if we see, it is not uniform across all sectors. It is the satellite and the space application centers which have a preponderance of lady scientists, and especially in the launch vehicle centers, there is a woeful dearth of lady scientists. So I just tried to look a bit beyond ISRO, and I said, let us look at the larger scientific community within the country. So talking about, of course, CSIR, Madam's Institute, then DRDO, and I found that the situation is more or less similar across the board. Then I thought, okay, let me enlarge my scope a little bit and see how it is in the rest of the world. believe it or not, we have the same kind of situation in NASA. The Russians, of course, don't share all the data, but NASA, which has sent lady astronauts into space, which has got quite a large legacy of space travel and so on, there, in fact, the role of women is something which is very, very shabbily treated. As late as in 2016, there was a book and a film made based on that book called Hidden Figures, which is talking about the women who are not being seen, not being celebrated, not allowed to perhaps speak, and who are definitely not being heard, even in the NASA. So when we are talking about she in space, I think we need to look at the larger perspective, not just that of one organization or one center. We have to see why we need that. Because, I mean, going back to Mao Zedong and 1968, when he said, women hold up half the sky. So now we are not even looking at the sky, we are looking beyond the sky. And we definitely need the women to, if not hold up half of it, but at least a fair representational share of their, and not only to be seen doing the work, but also to be heard and listened to. So that was my initial. Thank you.
So thank you, madam. And actually, most of the panelists, you rightly mentioned that at this moment we stand at nearly 20% in ISRO, scientists, engineers, and in the administration. But internationally also the situation is not that encouraging. I mean, when it comes to the STEM jobs and careers. So we really need to reflect upon this. And while we look into the space, we also have to look into this aspect, that how to, scale up this number upside. So thank you for that. And now coming to Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam, madam, and she's actually a very accomplished scientist. She's presently the director of the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bangalore, and she has more than 3 decades of research experiences in stars, galaxies, and UV astronomy, and many more advanced space research activities. She has more than 200 publications, very good citations, many PhD scholars are there to her credit. And very importantly, she got apart from many other awards, she got the NDTV Science Icon of the Year award, and she's recognized among India's most prominent women scientists. So, madam, you yourself being such a esteemed scientist, what is your thought on this topic, the she in space?
Yeah, so good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me on to this panel. It's a very close to my heart topic as well, and happy to be here along with the other panelists. So I am a woman astronomer, and I contribute and I help and encourage women to be over here. But to bring the point to this context and this particular event as such, why do we want to have this event, why this panel? Because we did not have enough women in the other panels, is that right? If that had been there, then I don't think you need to have a special panel here. So point number 1. Second, why do you need? Can you actually go ahead with the current status? No, because the point is we are aiming for greater growth and Vikasit Bharat. And if that is to happen, then you cannot forget 50% of the population. And that 50% has to contribute. And I also should congratulate ISRO, because if women in India are looking up to any organization which has achieved with women power, that is ISRO. Now, having said that, you already have reached a height. Now you have to perform better. So you have to look for greater heights. You have to perform better and bigger. And the roadmap is pretty steep than what you went through. So in order to climb a steeper roadmap and larger growth, faster growth, it has to be more inclusive more proactive, and make sure that women represent in all levels. Now, that is the requirement, not a demand. And if you don't meet this requirement, you cannot meet your goals. Now, how do you achieve these are the things which we need to ponder, and many of the people have already addressed a few aspects of it. So support is required at certain points because women wear multiple hats and they run multiple marathons. And if you have to do it, you need support, without which it cannot be happening. A second thing, for the inclusivity, women need to be there in panels and meetings and committees and boards everywhere, because without which it can be quietly forgotten. So that 50% cannot be forgotten, and it is important for everybody present, men, women, everybody, to keep this in mind and make sure that you have enough resources, and the resources are there. So you have to take care of the resources and bring them in for a better future and reach the goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. And the key point from your initial comments, like 50% should not be forgotten, is the key message from your opening statement. And yes, it is required for the inclusivity, and also because in a working, working system at the workplace, the women bring in different perspectives in a policy making and also, in doing the science and tech activities. So thank you for that. So we are done with the initial round of initial comments. Now let's move on to the specific question round. And for this initial round of comments, can't thank you enough because they were so inspiring and they have really set the tone for this panel discussion. Although we are running short of time, but quickly we'll take some specific questions. So this one we will start from Ms. Sarania, from you. So you are representing the emerging, space startup systems, and also you are representing the next gen. So in your opinion, what opportunities the space sector brings in for the, in India especially for creating the young women, to bring more young women into this space startup sector?
Yeah, to answer that, I think 7 years back, space sector or the privatization as a startup for the space was just in dreams. It was not in reality. I think after 2020, when government took an initiative and created InSpace, that is when the privatization and private sector in space came into existence. The path for how the private industry can do stuffs in space got established. From that time, as Rajiv Jyoti sir was also telling, it's already 69 authorized companies and more than 300 plus startups which have already been coming only in the space industry. So any space aspirants can actually, this is the best time to be in India, whoever is a space aspirant, because it's booming. There are plenty of opportunities. We just have to look at the correct place. So anyone looking or anyone who is interested in STEM, women, men, everyone, this is the right time to be in the space industry. That is how I feel, because we have also been seeing success, which is bringing in more and more investment, hence it is booming the ecosystem for the space here.
Okay, thank you for that. And you rightly mentioned, because in space vision of $44 billion space economy, there is a lot of opportunity for the women to come in this space startup sector. Thank you for that. Now my next question goes to Dr. Aruna. So in your opening statement also you talked about this professional and personal, something you touched upon that. So for you yourself, balancing the personal and the professional life, how challenging it has been for you in specific, and women in general, how it becomes a challenging thing, and how did you navigate to the work-life balance? Is there any standard template for that, or you have made your own template for that? So
thank you, madam. Very challenging question also. Actually, as a child, as I had to really fight with my father to go for higher studies. He wanted me to join a post office after my 10th standard. So I had to really fight from that instant to go for that. Even after doing a master's, I was pursuing my PhD at ISC. I got a lecturer job. So again, my father was pursuing that I should go and join the government job. So because the societal, the standard of, or the attitude of people was that we have to secure and get a government job. That was the attitude of parents at that time. I do not blame them, but then I have to really thank my husband. We were not married, but he told my father that, convinced that my father that she can get better opportunities. That's how I could complete my PhD. And later, he also allowed me to go and do a postdoc. So I feel that really there is a man behind my success. This is one example so that many men can really encourage their daughters or wives to really do well in their careers. And after that, after taking up a research job and having family, children, it's really a tough job. But the first thing is that we have to stay energetic the whole day. So my first mantra is I start with exercise, yoga for half an hour, and then I do my routine thing. Even before that, the night before I go to sleep, I have my tasks. I send a mail to what are the tasks I have to do and prioritize. I prioritize my work. The family priorities, if I can do it over the weekend, I shift them there. And the other things, I will do it as per the, sometimes we have to have some meetings, then you have to really juggle and do that. And I can say that God has given women the multitasking capability. I think with that, I am able to manage. And I feel that if you can really have good time management, and also I believe in my teamwork, I delegate the work to my colleagues, I encourage them and give them the work so that the work progresses well, and also try to have good rapport with all the colleagues, and take up whenever a challenging job or opportunity comes, I do not say no, I take it up, and I really work hard. I feel that hard work is my mantra. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Aruna, actually we all will agree that the challenges that women face are very different, are very unique actually to the women actually. And the family support at that time become the key. And especially if you're coming from a small town or from the villages, the things are very, very different actually. It's not just financial thing, but also the social aspects also that comes into the way. But thank you well, and we are very proud of you that coming from a village and reaching to this position. So compliments to you, madam. Moving ahead, now this question is to Dr. Annapurni, madam. And you are actually, madam, you are leading an institute which has also contributed in India's space program through AstroSat. And going forward, ISRO has a well-led program for the planetary and the space science that also includes space weather. So, so from your organizations or your center's perspective, how much role of a woman you see in space science, planetary science, and the space weather science and all those aspects?
Yeah, so I had an organization called the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and I actually am heading it for the second time because I did it for the first time and then I'm reappointed as the director, so I'm doing it for the second time. The organization has contributed significantly to the astronomy and astrophysics area, and in the last 2 decades we have been part of AstroSat and Aditya L1 as well, and we have a space sciences lab, and so we've been working very closely with ISRO for various projects. And coming to the topic of the institute has a large women, 20-25%, sometimes 30%. A lot of students are also there, women students. So when I joined as in 1990, women were already there, and I took up nighttime astronomy. So I used to have to go to observatory and spend time there, night there. But I didn't find it different because there were already women there. But the thing is, climbing up to the higher level was not there, up to the dean level, but not beyond. was there. So now having come to the directorship, now what I have to make sure is that can the institution have more women directors?
Yes.
It shouldn't be ending with me, right? So what can I do to make sure that the percentage increases and the atmosphere is conducive, inclusive, and also more women can climb up and move forward, and also do cutting-edge research.
Yes.
So it is important for me to look back and see how the institute has performed and how the landscape has changed, how I can bring in more people, and how it can, the route can be channeled so that more people can go upstream. So apart from that, also make sure that, the changing landscape of how science is done, how funding comes through, because you have to collaborate and talk to various agencies to do it and navigate the entire scenario. But it is possible to do, and you can easily collaborate with people because it is your idea is to reach the focus and not to have that that is the whole motivation here. So that is my focus with respect to this thing, and obviously with respect to the organization, we have large plans with respect to larger telescopes, and the next largest solar telescope coming up in the bank of the Pangong Slough, the larger optical telescope on the ground, as well as capability to go with larger missions, space missions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. And it's very heartening to know that more than 25% of the women workforce is there in your institute.
It's fluctuating. It's fluctuating
exactly.
because people superannuate, and it's a challenge to onboard more people. Yeah.
But we are extremely happy for that, and also because very important point that you have touched, that you have a let down plans for the leadership roles for women. Well-laid roadmap for that. That's another very, very positive thing which you have brought out.
Yeah, so right now we have a director woman and a dean also woman, so it's very nice.
Yeah, very encouraging point actually. And clearly because ISRO has a very, has a roadmap for cutting edge, technologies for the space science and the astronomical science. So we look forward very closely to working with you, madam, and with your team. So thank you for that. Now, moving ahead, and this one is for you, madam, and Madam Mohanpui. So actually for us, you are the single point interface at MEA for strategic sectors, and also you are looking after the atomic energy and the defense sector as well. And for the last 2 days, we have been also hearing that space diplomacy is, one big thing which you are a pioneer of doing that. So from your perspective, how challenging it is for a woman to actually handle the strategic fields like space?
Thank you very much. In fact, I had a very nice participation in one of the sessions yesterday, and many people came forth because they did not realize how much MEA and ISRO is working together towards space diplomacy. Now, in the field of arms control and disarmament, which includes space, which includes outer space, it has traditionally been internationally very, very male-dominated. You have male experts, you have male diplomats. However, even in the United Nations, there's clear cognizance that women should be participating. So sometimes we attend a United Nations meeting, and then towards the end, somebody says, do you know that there was 40% of those who spoke were women? So they are very cognizant. They want women to participate, and even in some of the UN resolutions, they put in things about gender equality and all that. So globally also things are moving forward, and the challenging part has nothing to do with intellect or ability or women not knowing science or stuff like that. Is not the issue at all. The challenging more would be about perhaps very long hours and having to travel and things like that. So we have to manage them. So we have heard a lot of our panelists talk about those various things. And of course, not just the arms control part, but just that space is just growing so much. We are at this inflection point, and for India, it is such an important time. It's such an exciting time for space. So it's very important. So MEA and ISRO, we are constantly talking to each other. We are always vetting like MOUs, agreements, and then sometimes our missions abroad, they will see opportunities for cooperation, collaboration. So we are constantly back and forth with ISRO. So I would say that it's a lot of work. It is extremely, we put in hours to do this cooperation, but that has nothing to do with gender. But I do appreciate that our Ministry of External Affairs, it appreciates performance, it appreciates hard work, it appreciates expertise. So therefore, I have never felt discriminated against for my gender, and I just want to say how much I appreciate my organization. And so, in the end, I just want to say there is nothing inherently different between man and woman in looking after strategic sectors. Neither are there any laws in our countries that make it more difficult for us. But it's just changing mindsets and also having our male colleagues also support us along the way and understand our issues and create more for us to be able to participate more. So it's ensuring equality in a very practical way. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, madam. That's very, very heartening to know. And I remember in yesterday's breakout session that you just mentioned, and then there was a question that, many people were surprised what space has to do with the MEA. And then when the deliberations happened, they were all taken by pleasant surprise that whatever we engage in international, collaborations and all, it is through the MEA. So yeah, you rightly said that, madam. And I completely agree with you. I concur with your one view that even in ISRO, which is actually a meritocratic organization like many others, we have also not, at least from my perspective, I would say, we have never faced such kind of a discrimination. We have been given the equal platform to perform and rewarded also. So thank you, madam, for that comment. Now coming to the question to our panelist, Dr. Shankari Murli. Madam, it's very heartening. You're from DOS, you're from our family. So it is heartening and inspiring to see that we have women administrators at the senior management positions. So from your perspective, do you think that there is any need for policy reforms or policy, there's some need to have a different type of a policy to have more participation of women in the space sector or for any, tech sector or high R&D sectors? Your point.
Thank you for that question. I just want to say that I'm feeling doubly privileged. First of all, to be in this panel with a young, woman entrepreneur and senior director of a renowned institute. It's really a fantastic. And the second reason for my privilege is that I represent ISRO. As DOS, I look into ISRO, and ISRO is such a fantastic place for all people to work in. The kind of policies that we have, be it health, be it other things, it is really, really, encouraging, nurturing kind of environment. But within that, if I were to say what could be done better for women,
yes,
I would say that, first of all, we all work for the Government of India. So that is something, Government of India is such a welfare employer. It gives a lot of preferential treatment for women, be it the maternity leave or the option of childcare leave up to 18 years of age of the children. So those are the kind of, wonderful facilities which all of us in the government sector enjoy. And the thing is that this facility should not come with any hidden costs. Yeah. So, this is something which all people in the government enjoy, be it, and within ISRO, be it the admin ladies or the technical ladies. So, there should not be any hidden costs imposed on women because of availing of these facilities, which they are entitled to. That said, the other issue which I had earlier raised was that this whole, the pool of scientific ladies that ISRO gets is from the larger pool of the STEM in the country. So we need a very, very broad-based STEM education for girl children, for them to come and get attracted into the ISRO pool. Having come into the ISRO employment, there should be a proper equitable pyramid. So when we look at the ISRO centers and the pyramid of the women in ISRO, we see that at the top it is very, very less represented. You are one of the few people, not that there have not been any wonderful lady scientists in the ISRO centers. There are so many of them that if I were to start naming them, that itself would go on for a long time. But then there are literally people whom you can count on the fingers of two hands, if not one hand. Yeah? So we need to have more of these. The other thing is, we see that there is a bunching of the ladies in the middle management. What is very, very frightening for us is that there are not enough women joining ISRO. It is only at level 3 to 10, if one were to look at it, the numbers are very, very sparse. So I hope perhaps the girls are going into the private sector, and the burgeoning private sector in India is actually mopping up the people who would have otherwise had no option but to join the government sector in places like ISRO. But I do hope that there is going to be a steady flow of people getting into the governmental organizations also, because otherwise, with the retirement of the people who are right now in the middle management, we are going to have a very adverse kind of percentage of women in ISRO. So that is a cause for concern, and I think I want to flag that, and also say that because they are not going into the higher levels, they are not eligible to be considered for extensions and so on. So they are perhaps, having to do a catch-up with their male counterparts, and to that extent, their careers are lagging. And if this is the kind of trend which is there, then it will be very difficult to attract young girls who will want to come and spend their career in ISRO-like organizations.
Thank you, madam. And so what essentially it means is we need to do a bit more. So with that, all of you ladies and gentlemen, you will agree that this was a very, very inspiring session, and let us give them a very, very big thanks to them. And the stories that you have heard from them, they are just not the stories. Actually, these are the women who are painting the India's future. So thank you, madam. And before I end, I would just like to thank Mr. Sajid from ISRO headquarters, who helped me in planning this session so well. So thank you, Sajid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you. More power to you. And may I now request our Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman, Space Commission, and Chairman, ISRO, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate our SHE panel, our eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen. And sir, starting with our moderator, Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Deputy Director, SAC ISRO. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, madam, for steering it wonderfully. I now request Ms. Muanpui Sayavi, Joint Secretary, Disarmament and International Security Affairs, Ministry of External Affairs, to please accept a small token. And thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I request Dr. S.T. Aruna, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NAL, Bengaluru, to please accept a small token. Thank you very much, madam. And Ms. Saranya P., Executive VP, Agnikul. Let's have a huge round of applause for our youngest panelist on this panel. May I request you, sir, to please felicitate Dr. Shankari Murali, Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor, Department of Space. Thank you very much, ma'am. And Dr. Anna Purni S, Director IIA. Thank you very much, madam. And let's have a huge round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for our eminent panelists. Sir, I request you to please stay with us, and may I request our eminent panelists to please step ahead of the dais and give us a photo opportunity. And right after this, ladies and gentlemen, we will reset the dais very quickly for our next session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, just to energize this room, can we have a huge round of applause for the ladies, please? Thank you. All right then. So, our next panel brings us face to face with the most human dimension of space exploration, the astronauts themselves. So, a very exciting session up ahead, ladies and gentlemen. And we are resetting the dais very, very quickly. We'll take a minute to do that. But I'd like to say that this session that we're going to witness now will dive into the many facets of their journey, the skill sets and training required, the realities of spaceflight, and the challenges of living in space. From daily routines to team synergies and the psychological resilience demanded, these experiences embody a great deal of courage and discipline at their highest. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this next session, the discussion will also explore what India needs to build a steady stream of astronauts for the decades ahead, ensuring that Space Vision 2047 translates into a sustained Indian presence in space. And above all, it will highlight how the stories of astronauts can ignite the imagination of young Indians and inspire the next generation to follow them into the stars. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I say nothing captures the imagination more than those who dare to leave Earth behind, our astronauts down to Earth, yet destined for space. Let me now take the privilege of inviting on stage our moderator first. And we have with us Shri D.K. Singh, Director, Human Space Flight Center, ISRO. May I request you, sir, to kindly grace the dais first. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He comes down with over 36 years of association with ISRO, and he has made some key contributions to ISRO's communication and navigation satellites. The Axiom 4 mission was executed under his guidance. A very warm welcome to you, sir, once again. And I'd like to invite, ladies and gentlemen, our astronauts to this astronauts panel, Down to Earth, Up in Space. Let me begin by calling on Group Captain, Mr. Prashant Balakrishnan Nair. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, please. Welcome, sir. May I now invite Group Captain Ajit Krishnan. Let's hear it for him, please. Welcome, sir. May I now invite Group Captain Mr. Angad Pratap. And there he is. Thank you very much, sir. Warm welcome. And may I invite Group Captain Mr. Shubhanshu Shukla. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panelists. And with that, I will now hand over the reins of this session to our moderator, Shri D.K. Singh. Sir.
Good evening, everyone. Are you sleeping or awake? Okay. So, today at this National Space Day, we are holding this very exciting discussion. All these 4 astronauts. And I don't think that there would have been any better timing than this when we just had the Axiom 4 mission and whole nation is very, very excited about human space flight and our Gaganyaan project. Today's theme, I think it is displayed, Down to Earth, Up in Space. Now, this very well resonates with just concluded National Space Meet, where we are trying to discuss what space can do for Earth, what we can do for ground. This also very well resonates with the fact that these astronauts, when they are on mission, they fly in space, but their roots are on ground. They are firmly connected to ground. These are 4 gentlemen out of 6 astronauts India could ever produce out of 1.4 billion. And they are so humble, so polite. That talks a lot about our value system and our culture. So, let us not waste time and start this discussion. As such, I am the only one who needs introduction on this stage. These 4 are superstars. But as a moderator, it is my duty to introduce them. I tried to create one-liner for each of them. So let me start with Shuks. इन्होंने अभी धरती की परिक्रमा करी है और हर नागरिक के लिए 100 मीटर, 100 मीटर per Indian. That adds to 1.4 crore kilometers. So, Mother Earth की इन्होंने प्रदक्षिणा करी है, उसका लाभ हमको मिलेगा. We will get some benefit in our Gaganyaan mission. That's the message. Now coming to Angad Pratap. His nickname is Max, and that doesn't connect with your first name. I'm surprised. He's a fitness freak. We'll discuss a little bit about his capabilities. Now Krish, Group Captain Ajit Krishnan. Now he has a very, rare shock जिसको बोलते हैं. He loves to scare passenger jets. So be careful when you are flying over West Bengal, Kharagpur especially. He can come and just scare you. Now last, Prashant Balakrishnan Nair, Group Captain. And he's also called Papa Nair. Now I identify him like we are trying to design a space suit, but I think we don't helmet for him. I don't need. So the space suit design can be simplified. So he already is having a natural helmet. All right, so with this small introduction, let me begin this. So the way we are going to do this, in the round robin mode, I will ask one question to each. The first person can respond and then others can add in that. So we will start with our theme. So our theme is down to earth, up in space. So we can start from Shuks. What comes in your mind when you read this 4 words?
Check. First of all, a very good evening to all the courageous people who are daring to sit even at this time. I see most of the seats are empty, people wanting to go back home. Thank you for staying back. Down to earth, up in space, to me, I will share a story or what happened when I was flying for this mission to the ISS. You get connected to someone when you spend time. You know, when you meet someone for the first time, you are not really yourself. You are, pretending to be someone. Then you meet second time, third time, and probably after a few meetings, if you like the person, you really open up and you become your true self. So I think getting to know someone is very important. And when I was flying in the International Space Station around the Earth, 16 times a day for about 18 days dog, you get to see the planet Earth from so many different angles and so many different views that you really feel that you get to know this entire planet. So I think this is very apt, the description that Sir has given, down to Earth, up in space. I got to know this planet much better by going and traveling to space, by seeing it from the outside in. When we live here, we are in this room, we see a limited view of this thing. But when you see the Earth as a whole, that's a very different perspective. So I think the farther you go, the perspective you get is how valuable this planet is for us. And it's a very strong feeling, you cannot really miss it. And I think that was the biggest takeaway for me. So this tagline for space is, I think, very apt. Down to Earth, up in space. And I think space really has this transformational capability of transcending the borders and, unifying nature. And I'm very fortunate to have experienced it. So I think you've very wisely come up with this term, down to earth, up in space. That's my view for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shuks. So let us hear Max.
So thank you for asking this question. I think Shuks has already given the perspective from space. I would try and give a terrestrial perspective like anyone else, but I would like to say that down to earth and up in space for any one of us who's here on planet Earth and in the working in the realm of aerospace sciences is most of the times you'll find people like astronauts, scientists, medical professionals, or any of the people who are working and thinking about space all the time. In a way, space, other planetary bodies, okay, in our case, mostly it's Mars and the lunar surface or moon itself. These become our workspaces or our offices. So I am a guy who always keeps thinking about, okay, a lot of solutions for space flight on a space station, inside a spacecraft, on the surface of the moon, on the surface of Mars. And I keep constantly meeting a lot of people who are also doing the same thing. They will be functioning in one particular domain. So for example, I meet a lot of people from the industry who would be working on some kind of technological breakthroughs that they want to bring about as a solution for space flight. And just like what Shuks has told, that this really sort of disconnects us from the kind of everyday problems that we face here on Earth. And one very, very good fact that I have observed personally is whenever I travel abroad and I meet cosmonauts, American astronauts, European astronauts, I feel that there are no nationality barriers, so to speak. So they have very broadened mindsets. And I see the same thing when I meet people back in our country who are working on in the field of space. So that's what probably is the definition for back here, being here on Earth, but thinking about space, which is really all about broadening our visions. Yeah, thank you.
That's great. Very good perspective. So let us hear from Krish.
Jai Hind audience. So before I start, I thought that this would be a gathering of students. But in the front row I see, everybody has at least 30 years of service. The rear row is 20 years of service. So it is like adult education, all the students. So maybe it's students for life. Okay, so that's why you are all here. Okay, down to earth and up in space. So the first thing which came to my mind is this something like what my wife would say, that irrespective of where you are, I'll find you, catch you, and give you work. Whether you're down to earth, up in space. So that is the first thing which came to my mind. Okay, so now next, on a serious note, I would say the first perspective is very physical. That means for anything and everything that we do in space, it has to have some kind of usefulness on Earth. So if it doesn't translate into being useful on Earth, there is no point being up there in space, unless we cut link with space. Okay? So with Earth, that is, we decide to become truly extraplanetary and we decide to escape, go somewhere else. Till then, we have to be down to Earth, up in space, and connect both of them. Whatever we do there should reflect in useful things back on Earth. Okay, the second thing which this probably I think is about humility. So you have to be down to Earth to be up in space. Why so? Because especially for human spaceflight, there is something that our country is embarking on, which is very new to us. It may not be new, but it is very new to us. And there are so many things that we don't know about in human spaceflight, and we need to learn. So if we need to learn all these things, we need to learn from others. We need to learn what probably even others don't know. So our attitude has to be, I don't know. So for having that kind of attitude, we have to be egoless, we have to be humble. Only then will we be able to succeed. So that's what I think is the second way to look at it. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, time for you.
The man who does not require a helmet.
Yes.
And DK sir is, I think, half Air Force already. He's wearing blues. You can see. So, you know, he's changing loyalties from ISRO to Air Force. So, thank you, sir, Chairman, DK sir, and the entire crowd out here, and all the audience back home, and all these students all around the world and India. Thank you for this late tune-in. So, down to earth and up to space, for me, is a very aspirational thought. Why? Because again, microcosm and macrocosm, our human body is a representative, yata pinde tata brahmand. The chakras, as you go from down to up, the Mooladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddhi, and Sahasrara. I already have it out here. So it's aspirational that they say in human birth and evolution human, you're supposed to go from the chakras and then, you know, liberation. So what an aspirational thought that is what the universe represents. From down to earth, right up, and go up to space. Secondly, the roots are what grounds you. If you see, it's a downward triangle as marked as it's symbolic. And space is the upward triangle. And these two are the primordial archetypes, man and woman. And it links to what we all want out here. And in the previous panel, who was here? The women, she panel, they aspire not only to be rooted, but to take ISRO and the entire scientific community up to space. And that is what I feel it symbolizes. Because if you combine the downward Earth to the upward triangle of space, what do you get? A star. And that's what we are here for. Space, National Space Day. Thank you.
Great. Papa, you inspired me to ask first question to you. Okay. So, the India has been the land of ancient wisdom, right? Since ages. Now, how do you relate this to the modern idea of science, especially human spaceflight? Can you relate our old ancient wisdom with what we are doing today, what humans are doing today?
Thank you, sir, for that question. So like I said many times before also, we are an ancient civilization. And I always feel that, you know, we were so far ahead that we got bored that nobody else is catching up. So we said, let's take a break, let the rest of the world catch up. And once they reach there, they say, okay, now let's come back again so that there is some competition. So that's how ancient we are. We have got a lot of scriptures, and the Indian knowledge system, which is being revived now, places a lot of emphasis on the position of stars and its influence. Like I said, our human body and outside, it is one. It cannot be different. The Western sciences have got astrology and astronomy, but we have Jyotish Shastra. It's just one. Because the star position, its influence on you, its predictions for whatever can happen, all this were ingrained into our system. It is there, whether it was in the Western also, they lost it. In the Greek civilization and all, you need to plot the stars. And we were much, much ahead. If you see the theme for the National Space Day, Aryabhatta, he actually is credited for almost all the things that is later credited to the Western society because it went from here to there. So that is a kind of influence we have had, whether the different kind of yantras to see. Always remember in our civilization, anything which was exterior, materialistic, had to have something to do with the human being because it is intrinsically connected. Because we knew from then, quantum physics, that is, particle and wave are interconnected. So unless it can be of use to human being, the external studies of no use. And we did all those kinds of studies, whether it is the Vedic rituals or anything else, it was precisely done as per the position of stars because it has to have an importance for you. And that's why whether it's the Surya Siddhanta, whether it is the precision of Earth over 26,500 years, all this were beautifully calculated, but done so as the human race can progress spiritually. So that is what we must understand from why ancient wisdom was very important for us. But it's not just flight, you must also understand that in the Ramayana, it is the entire mission control also. So when Sri Rama was faced with this seemingly impossible situation of the ocean crossing, symbolic of going to space, and then they thought how to do it. Hanumanji decided to take the one big leap of faith like an astronaut and go the other side as a Gaganyaan. We had the mission control and everybody helping him to make sure that that courage was done. He goes there, everyone supported so that he goes there and comes back with Ma Sita. The first space mission was totally successful and we shall make sure that in our Gaganyaan is successful. Thank you.
So let us take it forward with Krish. Krish, you love to travel in space. Oh, let us say I ask you to prepare a bucket list of space travel. What are the most exciting destinations you would love to visit? Don't limit yourself with the current technologies.
Okay, sir, thank you for this question. So, if I were able to go anywhere, so where would I want to go? And go in space. So, first of all, I would like to, like what Shuks did, go all over, go all around, in all kinds of inclinations, not just the same inclination, so that I would be able to see the entire Earth from all perspectives. Okay, this is how it looks like. Having seen that very quickly, then I would probably decide, okay, maybe let's go to the moon next, see whether there is one small step for man and giant leap for mankind, try to leap there, sense 1/6 of gravity, see, break all high jump, long jump records, send them here to the Olympics, see whether I get a medal. The next step is maybe visit all the planets in sequence, Mercury to see how warm it is, Venus, yeah, it's rotating ulta, so see when the sun rises in the west, sets in the east, kaisa lagta hai. Mars, yes, Mars, red, how red it is, then, or which one else?
Would you like to dive in Jupiter?
Jupiter, the red volcano. So I would like to dive into that red volcano and see. Swim there in the volcano. Okay. Uranus, let's see कि वो टेढ़ा क्यों घूम रहा है. Maybe set it right if I could. सीधा घुमाओ उसको. मतलब military mind ना, कुछ भी टेढ़ा है उसको सीधा कर दो. तो उसको सबको सीधा कर दूंगा मैं. पहले Venus को सीधा, Uranus को सीधा, and हो गया तो ठीक है. नहीं तो you'll have to bear with it. And then Pluto को I'll try to squeeze it and वो ball shaped और वो जो छोटे छोटे उसके साथ और घूम रहे हैं orbit में सबको एक साथ करके make him a planet again, give him the dignity. Having done that, go outside the solar system. जा सकते हैं ना सर? कि बस solar system है.
10 seconds. You have 10 seconds to travel.
तो चेक करूंगा मैं कि दूर दूर जाकर ना कि सोलर सिस्टम और उसके बाद वो अपना मिल्की वे, उसके बाहर वो लानिया किया, ग्राइंडर, बीच में क्या है, सब कहाँ घूम रहा है, क्यों घूम रहा है, तो ये सब पता करके वापस आ जाऊंगा सर.
Thank you.
वापस तो आना पड़ेगा सर.
That is not guaranteed. All right, we move to Max. So Angad, human space flight is not everyday affair. It is never for even foreign countries. It will never be for us. So can you tell us what are the other roles of astronaut, other important roles of astronaut in human space mission, other than piloting the craft?
Thank you for asking this question, sir. Sir, the understanding of human space flight as it exists for the average person outside the domain of pure astronautics is that human spaceflight essentially is all about sitting in the craft, and it's all about the flight part, which for most people is very limited duration of their entire astronautics career. So, for example, in Gaganyaan it will be for a few days, just like we had it for Axiom spaceflight. However, we all have to understand that human spaceflight is also for the cause of scientific research. That is the main aim of human spaceflight. It is not only about traveling and experiencing the view from space of Earth, of other places, but it is about doing serious scientific work on board a flying laboratory in low Earth orbit. That is the main purpose. And when you start thinking about that, you start realizing that, okay, what really my work is. For the four of us, I would really define it as we four are, as far as the indigenous space program is concerned, we are all pioneer astronauts. We are all test pilots. Test pilots are skilled in operational art. They are able to anticipate real-time hazards, mitigate them, take real-time decisions. Their brains actually work faster than most of the other people because they are simply trained for it, not that other people cannot, and other people have not been exposed to that. So that is where our real work is. So our work is mostly on ground. The space flight itself is just a prized thing which comes across later. But most of the work happens here on ground. You participate in a lot of technical developmental work. You build on protocols, not only for training, for a lot of hardware. You, as a pioneer astronaut, first thing that you should understand is that you're literally offering your own body for experimental research. So here you participate in a lot of psychological research towards space astronautics. You offer your blood and a lot of other body fluids for research work, psychological research work. You have to participate in analog environments. You have to build training protocols. There are a lot many things. So that is essentially what really defines human space flight. And in the end, as a closing comment, I would say astronautics is consequently in itself, being an astronaut is a way of life. And in that, one of the biggest stresses that an astronaut has to really undergo is the stress of uncertainty. When the space flight will happen, you don't know. You have to wait for years and years for your turn to come. So just like probably in the language which Prashant sir speaks, often I will say, like, it's like karmanne va dikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. So you keep working, disconnecting yourself from the fruits that will come, but you just continue to contribute to the system. That's all.
Great. Thank you. So coming to Shuks, now 41 years has passed since Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma visited space as an Indian. A lot of changes has come in the global scenario, the technologies, accessibility to the space flight to more common people. So what is your message to the dreamers and explorers sitting in this hall? What is there in the future?
As you said, sir, 41 years have passed, and I think the biggest transformational change that has happened in these 41 years is that I have started existing. I was not there when Rakesh Sharma went to space. And I was born a year later in 1985, so I'm very happy to be here and be a part of this new transformational change that is happening now. A lot has changed. I have said this before, that the first time when Ricky sir had gone to space, it was a kind of one-off event, and all the kids, everybody was inspired. For 4 decades, we have been listening to his stories, reading about him in books, and being inspired. But the thought of pursuing this career as an astronaut, it wasn't a possibility. I never thought that I would become one. But today, where we sit and what we are talking, the theme of this conference is Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan. Gaganyaan is a human space mission, taking 1 Indian to space or 2 Indians to space. So I think that this is the biggest indication of how far we have come from where we were. This time, my mission that has happened, Axiom 4 mission, and I see kids being excited and inspired by that mission. Even on orbit, there were kids who asked me, how do we become an astronaut? And this is a serious question. It is not that they don't have a possibility now. They have a possibility. They can be. So I think that is a huge jump from where we were to where we are today. And as Honorable Prime Minister was also mentioning today, that the dream is to keep doing this mission over and over again, have our own space station, and then eventually land on moon, for which we will need more and more explorers. And not just explorers to enable this. It is the explorers, the engineers, the scientists, the technicians, everybody. It takes an army to do this. So I think that we really are in the golden age for space exploration right now. The technology-wise, the ambition-wise, capability-wise, and this is for us to milk as much as we can. So I think that is the biggest change that I would say in these 41 years that we have achieved.
Good. Thank you. So we come back to, again, the astronaut who doesn't need helmet. So you, as a part of XM mission, you underwent very rigorous training, a long training. So can you tell us 3 aspects of those trainings which you feel was very important?
Thank you, sir, for that question. So the training was rigorous and extensive, but really fun also. So if we break it down, that one was equipments, getting used to equipments, different kinds of equipments, whether it's on the spaceship, the International Space Station, household things like even using a vacuum cleaner, the basic things. It is like being reintroduced to household work, cleaning bathroom, cleaning up after yourself. So basically equipment, a lot of machines would be the first aspect. Obviously, the men are as important as the machines. So the second part was the human factor, because it is human spaceflight. You have all this equipment. How do you interface with that? How do you train for that? Not just physically, but also psychologically. And that brings to a third. To have all these things, what are different training tools and softwares and simulators that are available? So, in a nutshell, you can say we train like athletes, we study like scientists and engineers, and we are taught to behave like diplomats. So that's 3 things that I think we did out there. Yeah.
All right. So Krish, again, you love traveling. Imagine yourself in a craft moving at what a speed? Leo, 28,000 kilometers per hour. So there are a lot of risk of space debris. So can you tell us how the space debris risk is managed in such missions? I don't think you have time to see and just go around.
Okay, so how the risk is managed? First is, don't really care about it. Okay, chalo, dekh lenge aayega to. That's the attitude generally, because we can't cater for everything. So we say, okay, aayega to dekh lenge. So the simplest thing is to make the structure stronger, thicker, I would say, as what is possible to be carried up, so that you're well protected if something actually comes. Secondly, we know that every object in space which is more than 10 centimeters is catalogued, and we know what is its orbit. We know all its orbital parameters of every object in space, and we are tracking them regularly. So based on all of that, we decide how to go in space, where to be at this time, and predict if there is a likelihood of something going wrong, if there is a likelihood of space debris, and get out of the way in time. So this is mainly how it goes. I think now we are looking at radars in spacecraft. Soon we'll have to have radars in spacecraft so that you can real-time pick up something and get out of the way. I would like to think that we should have some kind of robotic arms or something which pull the other things out of the way. And yeah, one thing about being peaceful, world peace, that is, we shouldn't have any more anti-satellite kind of real kinetic kill kind of missions. If we have those, those are going to create space debris. So it is better to prove it mathematically on a piece of paper and say that, yes, see, we can do it. We can precisely put something where we need to put it, rather than actually try and show it. It's not required. So that's how we mitigate all this.
Thank you. So coming to Angad. So Angad, how do you think that space exploration is going to shape the future of humanity, especially our next generation, especially yours next generation?
Say again, sir? Especially?
Your next generation.
Okay.
Our next generation is anyway you.
Okay. Shaping the future of humanity utilizing space flight.
Yeah.
Essentially, sir, what I see again, space flight is a research domain. It is something which provides unique technical challenges. And as a human race, we have already worked out most of the science that we could understand by being here on Earth. So we all know, I think, about the physics cube, right? At the center of the physics cube, we have the Newtonian physics that all of us have really built a very good understanding of. But it is only when we actually start thinking about space travel, serious space travel. I'm not restricting to solar system like what Ajit sir did. So if I really think about space travel, in which I talk about near light speed travel and things like that, I start thinking about hypergravity environments, or even if I was to talk about quantum scale. These are the things which really provide us with some seriously serious challenges and demand technological breakthroughs. One of the things probably which I hope most of the people sitting here have realized, that with the rocket as a propulsion device or propulsion technology, we can only visit a few planets slightly bigger in size than us. If the gravity of a particular planet is too much, with our rocket technology, we cannot visit those worlds because we can reach there, but probably we cannot come back. So these are the kind of path-breaking technological challenges that are presented by space to us. So the first thing at the center of it all is, of course, technological innovations, which will be there. Secondly, on a larger perspective, on a longer time frame, we talk about space security. Essentially, all of us are aware that the Earth, being a part of the solar system, is traveling around the Milky Way galaxy at phenomenal speeds of close to 250 to 300 kilometers per second. So in the words of Prashant sir, who very rightly brought it out yesterday, that we all are astronauts on this planet, and this planet is our spacecraft, and we are traveling around the galaxy. That was a very nice analogy.
And the skin is your space suit.
Yes, with the skin as the space suit. So when we think of that, we really don't know what all is going to come in future, which will require us in a form, a sort of space defense or space shield that we would need. So that's the second thing. And thirdly, again, what I covered earlier also, that the future of humanity will get shaped. When you think space, you will think more human, and you will probably be able to cross across national boundaries.
Thank you. So coming to Shuks. So everybody knows that you have conducted a lot of microgravity experiment on board. So what message you would like to pass to the researchers and academicians who are part of this audience and they want to pursue microgravity research? What way they should go forward?
So yes, I carried 7 experiments that were prepared by the researchers from all over the country, and we conducted experiments ranging from stem cell research to just growing crops on orbit. And I can't tell how extremely proud I was to be the bridge between Earth and orbit for these researchers from India. First of all, the first experience of doing this experiment, doing science on space, is really fun because at one time you are hanging on a wall doing something on the glove box, and then when the sample is finished, you go stick to the ceiling and then do microscopy. So it is really fun moving around and doing all that experiment. It was very challenging and very, very fun to do that. But more than that, the experiments that I did were very unique, and they were very useful for long-duration spaceflight as well as potential benefits on Earth. To give a few examples, although all of them were great, but to give a few examples that the Indian researchers got access to microgravity research for the first time, and the data or the science that we have reached the orbit. So there were few which had not been explored before, and which we were able to send, like simple, the seeds that we took, methi and moong, which we took for growing, sprouting. Food is a challenge because the space is limited, your transportation is costly. These are very nutritionally dense seeds. So when and they do not require a lot of resources to grow, and they grew beautifully on station. And so if it is possible to show that we can do this in limited space, I think we solve the problem of food security, not just on the station, but on ground as well. And then there were experiments like myogenesis, which are dealing with problems of muscle degeneration and everything. So I think the researchers really put in their minds, looking at the ambition that we have of long-duration spaceflight, and also the experiments that have potential benefit on Earth. But the biggest message that I have for the researchers and academicians who are here is that these doors have been opened now. The doors for microgravity research have been opened. We have understood how an experiment is to be prepared for space. That is the big challenge, to just take a simple experiment and convert it in a form which is very conducive to be performed in space. And I did not face a single problem or a single obstacle while I did all the 7 experiments, which were very involved. And I think this is hats off to all the people who were involved in preparing this. And I thank you, each and every one of you. And I can't tell you how proud I am of you. Thank you so much.
We are slightly running out of time. Probably we'll go for one last round. One more question. So again, we start with Papa. So what is the importance of team chemistry in human space mission, and how really it is achieved?
Thank you, sir. That's a great question, because space flight is a team effort with people from all kinds of disciplines. We 4 are fighter pilots used to flying single alone in a cockpit. One of the first things that was taught to us when we came to the astronaut program is that you're a team of not just astronauts flying above, but also the team of the controllers, the mission controllers down below, also the team of scientists who are making the rocket, who are making the spaceship which is going to take you, and also different protocols. The testimonies of all the people out here, and this is one thing which we found really gratifying, that even when we went to the US or when we went to Russia, and here also, when we train and when we build, it is people from all disciplines, really professional people, and bonding. And when you do this, you require certain specific exercises, because we are, after all, human beings with our own quirks and emotions and all. So what do? What we always did when we were children. Actually, we just don't have to look too far. We have to go to what is natural to us. We play together. We party together. We picnic together. That's the only way. That's what children do, right? They fight, they cry, they laugh. So even when we were there in US, we did the National Outdoor Leadership School, in which we went canoeing in Mexico for 3 to 4 days into the wild without any cell phones, just living off the land. It was a beautiful way to bond as a family. Similarly, when we went to Moscow also, we had this kind of survival training, which actually builds to team spirit. And then over here also, we have been doing that. So main thing is a team that trains together, flies together, fights together. And it's just not that. You remember when I'm saying team, it's the entire team which is sitting out here, right from the chairman and also ma'am to all. That is including the wives, everyone, and the children. It is one big team. Thank you.
Great. So coming to Krish. So can you tell us how human integration aspects are addressed in the human space mission? Because it is man-machine integration, right? That is the challenge. So how these things are done?
How is the man integrated into the spacecraft is what I would think. So very simple. Till now, ISRO was making satellites which are skeletons. और skeleton के ऊपर या तो camera लगा है या transponder लगा है. So payload बाहर है. So now integration means make a spacecraft in which payload is inside. That is, a human being is inside. So that is the first step of integration. डब्बा बनाना है जिसके अंदर आदमी डालना है. Instead of making a skeleton. Second, उसको सांस लेने के लिए ऑक्सीजन चाहिए, उसको कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड बाहर निकलना है, ह्यूमिडिटी चाहिए वहाँ पे कंट्रोल, ताकि पसीना आए तो बाहर निकलते रहे. थोड़ा सा टेलीविजन टाइप होना चाहिए एक, ताकि पता चले कहाँ पर जा रहा है. जनरली नीचे सबको पता है, उसको भी पता रहे कहाँ जाना है. थोड़ा बहुत कंट्रोल मिल जाए तो अच्छा है, घुमा पाएगा जहाज को. नेक्स्ट, रॉकेट जो है, रॉकेट शुड बी सेफ. सो दैट मीन्स chances of it exploding kaboom should be reduced as far as possible. So ज़्यादा safety होनी चाहिए rocket में. उसके अलावा rocket should not cross the human limit body capability when it goes to space. That means 14 से 15 G maximum होता है front to back. तो वो 4-5 पे रहना चाहिए ताकि हमें super human नहीं चाहिए. Average बंदा भी चला जाए. Men or women. So more or less is this, and the last part of integration is we'll have to, for us, is that we'll have to learn how to get this satellite back to Earth. We don't want to say goodbye after sending him up like Laika, him or her. So that is all is human integration.
All right. Thank you. So coming to Angad. Angad, there are some missions called analog missions. So what is the importance of analog mission? And I know that you have been on one such mission recently, GANX-1. Can you, in brief, can you tell us about that?
Sir, okay, before I talk about analog missions, we have to understand that here on Earth, to simulate exact space environment and the full profile of space mission is extremely difficult. We need to really simulate hypergravity phase before you can simulate microgravity, and then again hypergravity for coming back. Simulation of hypergravity, then simulation of microgravity here on Earth has got its own challenges. Then there are multiple other things like confinement, space restrictions, the amount of real estate which is available inside a spacecraft or on the space station, and all the kind of discomforts. It's very difficult to simulate them, all of them in one particular place. Analog missions are analogous of the kind of specific mission that you're going to fly. It could be a Martian mission, it could be a lunar mission, it could also or even be a mission to a space station like the one for which Shuks went. So essentially an analog mission provides the necessary test bed to do multiple things. And it is a very less known fact that the potential of an analog mission is humongous. In fact, after I have undergone this GANX-1 mission, I came to realize that that is a single test bed in which you can develop your space hardware. You can train your astronauts both psychologically and physiologically by providing them with high fidelity environment. You can also refine your training protocols and actual in-flight protocols. You can understand the environment that you are targeting for way better. So just like hardware needs to be subjected to 1.4 or 1.2 times the actual stress, whether it is thermal or any other kind of stress that we talk about, whether structural, before it really flies to space. In an analog environment, we can do the same thing to both space hardware as well as astronauts, and we can take feedback from astronauts, we can train the ground crew outside. However, yes, it is a little difficult when you try to create a very, very high fidelity analog environment for the people who are outside. So for the people who go inside the analog mission, certainly it's a psychologically very, very highly stressful environment. But for the people outside, to manage the show temporarily, it's a big task. It's a big ask because people have to be there. If it's a 10-day mission, 24/7, there'll be a team of 5 to 7 people who will be there outside managing the entire show so as to ensure that the degree of fidelity doesn't really go down. And I hope the space agency realizes.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
So I will go to the last question to Shubhanshu. So you participated in Axiom 4 mission, which is called PAM in US, Private Astronaut Mission. So what is the difference in the regular NASA missions which goes to ISS versus this? And also, do you see this mission as a beacon of opportunity to Indian space entrepreneurs? What is your take on this?
So let me start with explaining the difference between what is a PAM and what is a regular ISS mission. So PAM is a framework that was enabled by NASA itself to allow private individuals or different nationalities to fly to the International Space Station. International Space Station itself is a program that is managed by 5 countries and 15 different agencies. 5 agencies, 15 different countries. And it started construction in 1998 and this is 2025. So for 25 years now, there has always been some people, at least one human being who was not on planet Earth. It has always been man. And the framework that was existing earlier, that only people or astronauts from these countries could travel to the International Space Station. Of late, they opened up this traveling to space, to the ISS, they wanted to go the commercial way, and so they came up with this private astronaut mission concept. So a regular ISS mission on orbit happens for a duration of 6 months or more. And they travel, they are essentially living there, they are responsible for the maintenance, they are also responsible for housekeeping and the experiments that are proposed and conducted on the station. With the PAM missions, the original concept was that they were expecting that people with a lot of money, high net worth individuals would be traveling to space because obviously it's an entire experience in itself. However, after the first mission itself, I think there was a sudden realization to these high net worth individuals that traveling to space is not just fun, it is not easy. You have to train a lot and you have to work hard a lot. So the concept, I think, got changed and different countries started becoming a part of this mission. Like our mission, Axiom 4 mission, it was a mission for 3 different nationalities who were traveling to space second time, all 3 of us, after 40 plus years, 41 years at least. So these are short duration missions wherein your objectives are clearly defined, what the country wants out of this mission. And this is used as a tool to just reignite the entire curiosity or imagination of an entire nation by executing these missions, which has been seen in countries like Saudi Arabia. UAE also participated, though in a slightly different way, then Hungary, Poland, India. So I think this has been a very strong tool to do this, to achieve this. What I see as a beacon of opportunity for Indian space entrepreneurs is, like I said, the first thing, we got to do science on space the first time, microgravity research. So the researchers now know what is the path by which we can do this. And so that has opened up. The model that we have currently to the ISS is a model that can be looked at in future for our space entrepreneurs in the future. We are going to have a space station, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station, which is being built. So I think all this is essentially, in a way, democratizing space, providing access to everyone who is keen, who has resources, who wants to go to space. And I think this is the way with which we can enable. I think our space entrepreneurs are also going to very soon, open up this access of space to a lot of different nationalities, and people from other countries would be able to come to us and fly from here. So I think that is the way which I look at it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, for being a great panel. And I think we could transmit some message to the audience. Actually, I needed 2 hours to really finish this, but I think we all are late, so I don't think that we can take the questions from audience. Probably if the email is there, we will try to respond that, or maybe personally I will get you the response. So I just want to conclude thanking the organizers to come up with such a wonderful idea of having this panel discussion with astronauts, and so kind to allow me to moderate this. Thank you very much.
Just want to say, sir, that we have no power to allow you. You are our boss. So.
Thank you very much. Let's have a huge round of applause for our astronauts panel. And we thank our moderator for steering it brilliantly. I'd like to request our Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman, Space Commission, and Chairman ISRO to kindly please step up on stage once again, and this time to thank our panelists here, starting with our moderator, Shri D.K. Singh, Director, Human Spaceflight Center, ISRO. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and let's keep the energy high. Thank you very much. And now we thank Group Captain Prashant Balakrishnan Nair. A huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And now Group Captain Ajit Krishnan. Let's have a huge round of applause. Thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. Group Captain Angad Pratap. Let's have a huge round of applause. And Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. And a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we request our panelists to please step ahead of the dais and give us a photo opportunity with our chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, as we heard our astronauts, we were reminded that space is not only about rockets and missions, it's about people with courage, resilience, and dreams. And their journeys speak to every young Indian. If you dare to prepare, you too can rise to the stars. So thank you very much for inspiring us. Thank you. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, please don't go away anywhere. We have a very important item, the final item on the agenda. So please remain seated. I request our panelists to also please take seats with the audience for the final segment of this second National Space Day celebrations. Thank you very much once again. So it is now my privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to invite on stage and welcome him once again, Scientific Secretary ISRO, Mr. Ganesh Pillai. Let's welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause as I request him for the concluding remarks for this second National Space Day. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it for him, please? Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Ganesh Pillai.
Good evening, dear distinguished delegates. We had a very enriching and wonderful celebration today. Enthralling inaugural session with message from Honorable Prime Minister, inaugural address by Minister of State for Space, enriching exhibition, and inspiring keynote address by Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, 4 prolific panel discussions, and also students' interaction. This year's celebration of National Space Day was preceded by the National Meet 2.0 with fitting theme of leveraging space technology and application for Viksit Bharat 2047. In hindsight, this decision to hold National Meet along with National Space Day proved distinctly fruitful because it led to the convergence of all stakeholders in the space ecosystem. Ministries, departments, state governments, industries, startups to the Bharat Mandapam and further enrich the occasion. Truly, we have the whole of a nation representation on this Space Day. Yesterday's National Space Meet saw 10 engaging house-full breakout sessions focusing on agriculture and water, forest, environment, energy and policy, infrastructure development and geo-governance, health, education and social welfare, communication, navigation and technology diffusion, disaster risk reduction, ocean, weather and earth resources, northeastern region, hilly states, coastal states, and inland states. Impressive industry sessions, comprehensive concluding session, and a colorful cultural program. Today is the culmination of month-long celebration of second National Space Day, with the various zonal events along with nationwide robotic challenge and hackathon competition. ISRO centers and units across the country were given the responsibility to organize a plethora of events in the different zones. These programs were aimed at improving the public perception of space activities and also arose interest in STEM, especially in the space activities among young generation. To put it in numbers, there were close to 100 events organized across 28 states and 8 union territories, covering around 150,000 schools and college students and 15,000 teachers. ISRO Robotics Challenge has witnessed an overwhelming response, beginning with 222 teams in the preliminary rounds, with 16 top teams reaching the grand finale. The winners of these competitions were deservedly honored by Minister of State during the inaugural session. The panel discussions were designed in such a way that they aligned with the future visions and directions of Indian space program. The composition of panelists aptly comprehend the 3G diversity, the geography, the gender, and the generation. The deliberations have strongly demonstrated the positive directions of our inclusive space journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. The first panel could be considered as an extension of yesterday's national meet, where we try to assess the demand requirements across the stakeholders. It has representatives from government, industry, academia, and the strategic sector, deliberating upon the implementation of 2047 space vision at national level. The insight came out of this discussion will help in strategizing our activities. The second panel was aimed at assessing the impact of space sector reforms, which has been rolled out in 2020 by Honorable Prime Minister. This panel discussion has nicely complemented the special industry session we had yesterday. The third panel was also a demonstration of expanding space ecosystem with women leaders sharing their perspective on status of women participation in Indian space sector. The fourth and the last panel had our Gaganyaan as the panelists. They shared the experience by them and are sure to bring the younger generation to the STEM in the general and space sector in particular. We had 600 students yesterday and 800 students today visiting our exhibition, interacting with our Gaganyaan and leaders across the emerging space ecosystem. I don't think I will be comprehensive if I start listing out those who contributed to the successful celebration of National Day 2025 and the National Meet 2025. Under the inspiring leadership of Dr. V. Narayanan, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman, Space Commission, and Chairman of Indian Space Research Organization, he did not leave any stone unturned in ensuring successful organization of today's and yesterday's event. I request all of you to join me in giving a big round of applause in honor of him for propelling the success of these two events. I thank Chairman InSpace for his full support and active engagement on both the days. I thank all directors of ISRO centers, units, autonomous bodies, and all their teams who relentlessly worked across all 7 zones to effectively bring the message of space technology and its benefit to the common man. I thank the secretaries, chief secretaries of states, joint secretaries, under-secretaries, deputy secretaries of all the departments for their active contribution, without which these days would not have been such a grand success. I thank the Ministry of Culture, who worked beside us to enrich the experience on the participants on these days. I thank the industry representatives and teams of space startups for their active contribution to the exhibition and other events. I thank my technical and administrative teams at ISRO headquarters who have relentlessly put their sincere effort in ensuring the success of this event, a small team with a big heart. I also thank the organizers and contributors of Robotics and Hackathon. I also thank the teams that worked behind the preparation of National Meet 2.0 outcome report and the DOS Chintan Shiver report, who put all their efforts to prepare the report in such a short time. I thank the event organizers, managers, logistics, and catering staff in ensuring the seamless conduct of such a large event. I am sure that each of us will be returning to our respective assignments with better insights and an increased vigor to perform better and contribute to our nation's development. Thank you, and till we meet next year, Jai Hind. I have to especially thank the MC because a wonderful job she has done. She is able to coordinate the total activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pillai has rendered his kind word of thanks. It is now my pleasant duty to invite you for a high tea, which has been organized for all There's something we need to do? So, ladies and gentlemen, high tea has been organized for all our VIPs and special guests at the Leaders Lounge, which is on level 2. Right after that, and I'd also like to invite all our other eminent participants to join us for high tea before you go at Multipurpose Hall, which is on this floor itself. I have to thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being such an incredible part of this journey. Thank you.
As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present a memento to Madam. Just hold on. Chairman will present the memento.
Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Namaskar. The Honorable Minister of State for Science and Technology and Earth Sciences Independent Charge, and the Honorable Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is his leadership that continues to strengthen India's quantum leaps in space, science, technology, and governance. Let's have another loud round of applause for the Honorable Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji. Very warm welcome to you, sir. We are also being graced by Dr. V. Narayanan, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman of the Space Commission and Chairman ISRO. And I invite Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman in Space. I don't have panel discussion. Give me the names. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister is first taking a picture with the astronauts. Ladies and gentlemen, may we also please have a huge round of applause for the Gaganyatris who are here with us on the dais. And I invite you to please take your seats as well as soon as we reset the dais. Dr. Pavan Goenka is here? Ladies and gentlemen, today is truly a very historic day. This is the second National Space Day celebrations, and the phrase infinite possibilities speaks to the horizons now opening before us. And we are truly grateful to the Honorable Minister of State for Space for gracing this occasion, the inaugural ceremony, with his presence. I would also once again request Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman in Space, to please join us on to the dais. Dr. Goenka. So he's going to be joining us very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So namaskar and a very heartfelt welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the inaugural session of National Space Day 2025. Let's have a huge round of applause, yes, as we partake in the celebrations of the National Space Day 2025. Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman in Space, also here with us. May I invite you, sir, to please take your seat. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we gather not only to commemorate, but to propel India's celestial odyssey, where ancient wisdom meets modern innovation and ambition blends with cosmic purpose. India's journey into the cosmos is a saga deeply anchored in our ancient wisdom. Our forebears, the early astronomers, meticulously charted eclipses, comets, and planetary alignments, integral to Vedic studies dating back to 1500 BCE and even earlier. And that timeless legacy continues to bloom as India stands tall today as a global space power, driven by innovation, guided by vision, and propelled by fearless aspiration. And since our first National Space Day in 2024, India has not stood still, and the cosmos has echoed back our advancements. The SpaceX mission showcased orbital mastery with a successful docking maneuver in orbit. The Aditya L1 Solar Observatory has completed a year of groundbreaking solar studies, while GSLV F-15 proudly marked ISRO's 100th mission. The NISAR mission, launched on July 30th, 2025, will start delivering unmatched Earth imaging for disaster response and climate monitoring. Preparations for Gaganyaan 1, India's first uncrewed human spaceflight test, are advancing for launch later this year. And alongside, NSIL has realized second demand-driven satellite, and InSpace has successfully enabled India's first public-private partnership in satellite building. And I'd also like to share with you that ISRO has unveiled the concept of a next-generation heavy-lift launch vehicle, paving the way for realizing Indian space station and crewed lunar missions. And writing a new chapter of human presence in space, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla became the first Indian to visit the International Space Station, completing the Axiom 4 mission with over 60 experiments and 20 outreach events, calling it India's second orbit. And here he is seated on the dais with us. Ladies and gentlemen, 23rd August remains a date etched forever in golden letters in India's history, the day Chandrayaan 3 touched down on the moon's southern hemisphere. And that moment was not just a technological triumph, it was an emotional milestone engraved into the heart of every Indian when our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji declared it as National Space Day. This day is not merely a celebration, it is a reaffirmation of resolve, a day to strengthen our commitment and to chart the future of India at the frontiers of space. And the theme of this year's National Space Day encapsulates the spirit of Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan, ancient wisdom to infinite possibilities. And this reminds us that our journey is both civilizational and futuristic, rooted in heritage, yet rising to embrace boundless horizons. As we celebrate, we also recommit ourselves to touching not just the moon and beyond, but touching lives here on Earth through the power, promise, and purpose of India's space story. It is a journey that draws strength from our ancient wisdom while opening doors to infinite possibilities. Now, to highlight the significance of this historic day and to welcome the Honorable Minister and our esteemed guests, it is my privilege to introduce and invite for the welcome address the Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman, Space Commission, and Chairman, ISRO, Dr. V. Narayanan. He's a distinguished propulsion scientist and rocket technologist. Dr. Narayanan started the scripting of a new chapter in India's space journey since January 2025. And under his visionary leadership, India's space program is scaling bold new frontiers from Chandrayaan 4 and Gaganyaan to India's first steps towards lunar bases and next-generation heavy-lift launch vehicles. It is his leadership that is shaping not only missions, but also the nation's place as a global space leader. Sir, we now request you to please address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. V. Narayanan, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman, Space Commission, and Chairman, ISRO.
Namaskar. Good morning. On behalf of the Department of Space, let me express our greetings on the occasion of National Space Day celebration to each and every one of you who are here. Honorable Minister of State, Jitendra Singh ji, Chairman in Space, Principal Scientific Advisor to PM, Secretaries of various departments, Space Commission member, Director, IASC, our former Chairman and Secretary Department of Space, under whose guidance the Chandrayaan 3 was successfully accomplished, Mr. Somanath sir, Directors of ISRO centers and units, Program Directors, Project Directors, Mr. Shukla ji and all the 4 Gaganyaan 3s identified by Honorable Prime Minister, my dear friends from DOS ISRO family, and students, media, persons from media, very, very good morning to all of you. It is a great privilege and honor for me to welcome all of you and all the gatherings here for the second National Space Day celebration. When you see the National Space Day, I think we have to thank a couple of people. 23rd August 2023 was a historical day. India successfully soft landed Chandrayaan 3 near the south pole of moon, and we became the only one country and first country successfully soft landed near the south pole of moon. On this occasion, first of all, I have to express our gratitude to all the people for that great achievement. Honorable Prime Minister of India, who is a visionary leader, and our minister, who has given directions and guidelines to carry out the space activities. It was Honorable Prime Minister who named the spot where the Chandrayaan-3 landed as the Sivasakti point, also declared 23rd August as the National Space Day. And let us give a big hand and our gratitude to Honorable Prime Minister of India for declaring this as a National Space Day, also guiding us and directing us to take Indian space program to greater and greater heights to meet the Viksit Bharat 2047. Coming to our Honorable Minister of State, he is part of us. He is like our brother, like a guide, like a mentor. Almost alternate today, we discuss with him all the issues. And he is always guiding us in the best possible way. And he is with us as the guest, chief guest today. So let us welcome him too. And when he was the minister, that time only the Chandrayaan-3 was successful. You can understand how much guideline and direction would have come from him. Coming to next person, when you talk about the Chandrayaan missions, the Chandrayaan-1, which found water molecule on the water molecule on the moon, was accomplished when the great people chairman, Madhav Nair was the chairman of ISRO. And then Chandrayaan-2, Dr. Sivan was in the forefront leading. Not only leading, Chandrayaan-2, you all know we could not soft land it, but we have placed the best camera of India in moon's orbit, the on-orbit high-resolution camera. The credit goes to Dr. Sivan and the entire team at that point of time. And when Chandrayaan-2, there was a setback. There was a national committee constituted, and I think a couple of members are here. There were a 10-member committee. And we were given a direction to complete the studies in 30 days and submit the report. And I want to tell, dear friends, it was a Herculean task. But the committee worked almost 3.5, only slept almost 3.5 hours per day. And a 1100-page report with 107 recommendations was submitted to then Chairman Dr. Sivan. And today, entire thing is implemented. And the success came when Dr. Somanath was the chairman of ISRO. So let us give a big hand when Somanath led the entire team from the forefront for that great success. Then comes to the Mars orbiter mission. India is the only country and first country accomplished Mars orbiter mission in the first attempt. And Dr. Radhakrishnan, who was leading from the forefront. And let us also thank him on this occasion. And there are leaders. Dr. Kiran Kumar. Without Kiran Kumar, there is no interplanetary missions. Every mission, his hand was there. Chandrayaan-1, Chandrayaan-2, Mars orbiter mission, and Aditya, everywhere he was there. And of course, all our former chairmen, starting from Sarabhai to Professor Satish Dhawan to Professor U.R. Rao to Professor Menon to Dr. Kasturirangan, one of the greatest son of soil. So on this occasion, let me remember all of their contribution. Let me thank them on this fantastic day. And dear friends, after the last year's celebration was done here under the leadership of Dr. Somanath. And after the last year's celebration, lot of achievements and accomplishments. One of the major achievements is the sending our own Gaganyaan-3 to International Space Station, ISS. And it was again Honorable Prime Minister who was to be thanked. It was his idea that before sending the Gaganyaan-3 through our rocket, we should send one of them to the International Space Station. And his vision led to a great success. Today, ISRO team has successfully executed, and Shukla ji has gone to the space station and come back safely. Let us give a big hand to Shukla ji. When you talk about Shukla ji, we should not forget 3 of his colleagues who are with us. Basically, we are having 4 people. I used to say, all the 4 people are equal to us, in par to us. And of course, finally, only one person got the opportunity to go to International Space Station. For that, we credit him. But then, all the 4 people contribution is equal. Let us give a big hand to all the 4 Gaganyaan-3s on this occasion. And coming to the achievements and accomplishments, after the last Space Day celebration, Aditya L1 is successfully commissioned in the orbit. And Aditya alone, by placing that India becoming one among 4 countries having a satellite for studying the sun. Till today, 15 terabit scientific data we have received. And we have put for the entire scientific community. And it was SpaceX docking experiment. January 16 was a historical day. We have successfully docked the 2 satellites rotating with 28,400 kilometers per hour. And India becoming one among 4 countries demonstrating that great technology today. And 29th January 2025 was another historic day. The 100th launch vehicle mission was successfully and precisely accomplished from India, and we are written in the golden letters of Indian space history. The 100th launch was the perfect success. And then comes to the NSR launch. NSR launch, as far as ISRO is concerned, it is a prestigious launch. Why it is a prestigious launch? 1963, November 21st, USA gave a tiny rocket for us to launch. And August 1st, 1975, we wanted to demonstrate mass communication through satellite technology. And 2,400 television sets were kept in 6 states in 2,400 villages. For that, a signal, satellite signal was given by USA. Truly, we were 60 years behind advanced countries in the space program at that point of time. Last month 30th, the NSR satellite, NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar satellite. The L-band payload was realized by JPL NASA, and S-bands are by ISRO. Entire satellite was built by ISRO, and it was launched perfectly, successfully, within 2 kilometer dispersion by Indian launcher, the GSLV Mark II vehicle. And today, dear friends, a country which was 60 years behind advanced spacefaring nations, we are rubbing shoulder to shoulder with the developed nations. And we are going to have a communication satellite of 6,500 kg, USA-built communication satellite, which is going to be launched within a couple of months. That speaks volume. When it comes to Honorable Prime Minister of our country, he is a different person with great tangential thinking. The vision, direction given by him, based on his vision, we are going to have a Chandrayaan 4 mission. We are going to have a Venus orbiter mission. We are going to have a space station called BAS. By 2035, India will have a space station on its own, and the first module will be lifted off by 2028. And he has given approval for a NGLV, next generation launcher. And next generation launcher configuration, little bit we have modified. The first launcher which lifted off from Indian soil, the SLV-3, the project director was none other than APJ Abdul Kalam, and worked under the leadership role of Professor Satish Dhawan. That capability of the vehicle was hardly 35 kg to low Earth orbit. I don't underestimate capability. At that point of time, it was a great capability. And the lift-off mass of the rocket was 17 tons. From that, we have moved gradually, step by step. Today, we have conceived a rocket to take 80,000 kg to low Earth orbit, and a 40-story height rocket with 2,600 ton capability, lift-off mass capability, powered by 27 240 ton LOX methane engine. What a significant and great progress. And dear friends, lot of new technologies we have demonstrated this year. The semi-cryo propulsion system, we have made breakthrough. The test stand was declared to the country by Honorable Prime Minister of India in 2023. We have completed almost 7 tests in that test stand. High thrust electric propulsion, lot of things are done. And finally, yes, satellite launch vehicle, everything is meant for application for the common man of this country. And application, we are doing outstanding work. There are 55 applications. And we had a national meet after 10 years. Yesterday we have concluded, and that has given a direction, guideline for the application, including sat communication, satellite navigation, and earth observation for the country. We conducted based on the direction of Honorable Prime Minister Chintan Shiver. He has given the vision for 2047. We have written the roadmap how to achieve that vision. Also how to take the space program up to 1962. Being the 100 years of ISRO, Indian space program. We have charted out the entire program. Today everything is going to be released here. The theme of today's space program, Space Day celebration, from Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan, which pays tributes to the progress achieved by our ancient astronomers and mathematicians. Over the decades, we have mastered a lot of technologies in the space program. In nutshell, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister and able guidance of our Minister of State, and we have got the principal scientific advisor to PM. He gives then and there necessary direction and guideline. Also, the Space Commission members are here. IIC Director is here. And Kiran Kumar sir could not participate. And with all their guideline, vision, and the strong foundation made by the former leaders of ISRO, and the contribution of each and every one of you, I would like to say by 2040, India will be, based on the direction of Prime Minister, we are going to land on the moon, the crewed mission will be on the moon, and we are going to bring back safely. Thereby, 2040, Indian space program will be in par with any other spacefaring nations, in terms of launcher, in terms of human spaceflight program, in terms of application, in terms of satellite, everything will be in par. Thanks to the entire leaderships. And coming to my role, I think I am not going to dwell much. First of all, let me welcome Honorable Minister for this very, very important National Space Day function. Let us welcome him. Let me welcome all the 4 Gaganyaan 3s who is on the stage for this function. Let me also welcome InSpace Chairman. Let me welcome the former Chairman, Mr. Somnath, who was leading the role during the last Space Day celebration. He is with us. Let us welcome him. Let us welcome our PSA, Principal Scientific Advisor, who is with us. He is going to give the keynote speech. Let us welcome IIC Director, who is the Space Commission member for this function. Let us welcome the senior secretaries, including Secretary, Science and Technology, and other secretaries for this very, very important function. Let me also welcome all the directors, unit directors, center directors, program directors, project directors, and all ISRO team for this function. When I welcome all of you, I will fail my duty unless I welcome all the family members who are here. Not everybody, a couple of family members are there. But for their support, surely we cannot perform well. I think Shukla ji also totally agreed with me. Without Madam's support, he cannot perform well. And without my wife's support, surely I cannot perform well. That you all agree. So let us welcome all of them for this function. And very, very important team, which I have to acknowledge, is the Prime Minister's Office, PMO team, represented by Mr. Vipin Kumar. I think he is here in the front. And PMO strongly give clear direction. Whenever we little bit deviate here and there are clear directions, guidelines. So let me also thank them for their outstanding contribution. They are part of us, and we are part of them, and we are taking the program together. So with this, there are young students. You are the future leaders. Surely India will become a developed country by 2047. And based on the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, I request all of you to think tangentially and think how to contribute to make this country as a developed country, and request you to contribute whatever way it is possible. Thank you. Let me once again welcome each and every one of you for this second National Space Day celebration. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words of welcome, and also for walking us through the luminaries who have led from the front in all of India's historic space missions and all the missions for the future. Your address is at the perfect tone for today's celebrations. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now honored to welcome to the podium Dr. Pavan Kumar Goenka, Chairman InSpace, a Padma Shri awardee and former Managing Director of Mahindra & Mahindra. Dr. Goenka has been the architect of India's modern space reforms, from spearheading the journey of India's private sector to liberalizing FDI norms, and from nurturing startups to launching the decadal vision. His leadership has transformed India's space sector into a very vibrant, globally competitive ecosystem where India's space story has become a shared national endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome, since he's already at the podium, Dr. Pavan Goenka.
Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Secretary DOS and Chairman ISRO, Dr. V. Narayanan, the Gaganyaan friends. Let me extend my personal welcome to the second edition of National Space Day. After the inspiring and energizing speech by Dr. V. Narayanan, there's nothing more for me to add, but I've been given 3 minutes, so I will take those 3 minutes. If you look at last year, in our first International Space Day till today, tremendous progress has been made in the space sector, both from ISRO and from the private sector. Dr. Narayanan talked about various things that have happened in the last year and even before, such as SpaceX, NISAR, this human space flight, that is XM4, and the 100th launch that happened. Very energizing to see the Vision 2047 that has been put together, and there's a panel later on in the afternoon on the Vision 2047, and I think those who have not been involved with it will simply be impressed to see what are the aspirations that we have set for the space sector in the next 22 years. And what you see is further maturing of the private sector. The number of things that have happened in the last year, too long a list to cover, but companies like Agnikul, Skyroot, Anand Technologies, Pixel, Dhruva Space, Bellatrix, Digantra, TSL, XT-Links, they've all made significant progress along with 300 other startups that have come around. And if you go out and look at the 24 exhibits, you will get a feel, and compare that to last year, you'll get a feel for how far we have come in just 12 months. 3 specific big-ticket items that have happened, which will define the role of private sector in space, are assignment of the 89-degree east spectrum or orbit slot to ATL. And ATL is now working on launching the first privately owned space communication satellite in about 3.5 years at an expense or investment of more than 2,500 crores, the largest single investment by private sector in space. Second is the technology transfer of SSLV. Again, for the first time ever, other than Space Agency of India would be making or owning a complete launch vehicle. And third is awarding the EO constellation to the consortium led by Pixel. And again, all the 4 companies are outside, and they'll be investing more than 1,200 crores to set up this constellation. All of these were done through a bidding process, and the zero bid of Pixel consortium is talk of the town, that how can somebody bid zero when the government is offering 350 crores. And to me, it's a very big statement of the confidence that the private sector has in the future opportunities in space. And we feel very, very positive about what lies ahead for us with this kind of enthusiasm that private sector is showing in the space sector. The task of ISRO and InSpace is to make sure that these 3 initiatives of private sector become successful, and we have to do everything that we can, and we will, to help them succeed. There are a lot many opportunities that have been identified yesterday with National Meet 2.0. And as I said yesterday, that will keep us busy for the next 5 years to deliver on all the expectations of various government departments and the states. Let me conclude by assuring our Honorable Minister that the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of private sector playing an important role and is becoming a reality, with unwavering support from you, sir, for that Prime Minister's vision. And I also thank my ISRO colleagues for fully supporting InSpace in fulfilling our mandate to help private sector play a big role in space. Again, thank you very much for being here today, and you will go back with a lot more excitement about the space sector in India, as Dr. Narayanan had just pointed out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goenka, for that very compelling address. And ladies and gentlemen, on this momentous occasion, we're also very privileged to hear from the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. His vision has been the guiding force in positioning space as a cornerstone of national development and a driver of global collaboration. So let us all now listen to his special message for the second National Space Day celebrations.
केंद्रीय कैबिनेट के साथी, इसरो और स्पेस सेक्टर के सभी वैज्ञानिक एवं इंजीनियर्स और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आप सभी को नेशनल स्पेस डे की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। इस बार स्पेस डे की थीम है आर्यभट्ट से गगनयान तक। इसमें अतीत का आत्मविश्वास भी है और भविष्य का संकल्प भी है। आज हम देख रहे हैं इतने कम समय में ही नेशनल स्पेस डे हमारे युवाओं में उत्साह और आकर्षण का अवसर बन गया है। ये देश के लिए गर्व की बात है। मैं स्पेस सेक्टर से जुड़े सभी लोगों को, वैज्ञानिकों को, सभी युवाओं को नेशनल स्पेस डे की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। अभी भारत ने इंटरनेशनल ओलंपियाड ऑन एस्ट्रोनॉमी एंड एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स उसकी मेजबानी भी की है। इस कंपटीशन में दुनिया के 60 से ज्यादा देशों से लगभग 300 युवाओं ने हिस्सा लिया। भारत के युवाओं ने मेडल भी जीते। ये ओलंपियाड स्पेस सेक्टर में भारत की उभरती लीडरशिप का प्रतीक है। साथियों, मुझे खुशी है कि युवा साथियों में स्पेस के प्रति रुचि बढ़ाने के लिए इसरो द्वारा भारतीय अंतरिक्ष हैकाथॉन और रोबोटिक्स चैलेंज जैसी पहल भी की गई है। मैं इन प्रतिस्पर्धाओं में हिस्सा लेने वाले स्टूडेंट्स और विजेताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, स्पेस सेक्टर में एक के बाद एक नए माइलस्टोन गणना, ये भारत और भारत के वैज्ञानिकों का स्वभाव बन गया है। 2 साल पहले ही भारत पहला ऐसा देश बना था जिसने चंद्रमा के साउथ पोल पर पहुंचने का इतिहास रचा। हम स्पेस में डॉकिंग, अनडॉकिंग की क्षमता रखने वाले दुनिया के चौथे देश भी बन गए हैं। अभी 3 दिन पहले ही मेरी ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला से मुलाकात हुई है। उन्होंने इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पर तिरंगा फहराकर हर भारतीय को गर्व से भर दिया। जब वो तिरंगा मुझे दिखा रहे थे, वो जो पल थी, जो अनुभूति थी, वो शब्दों से परे है। ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु से हुई चर्चा में मैंने नए भारत के युवा के असीम हौसले और अनंत सपनों को देखा है। इन सपनों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम भारत का एस्ट्रोनॉट पूल भी तैयार करने जा रहे हैं। मैं आज स्पेस डे पर अपने युवा साथियों को भारत के सपनों को उड़ान देने के लिए इस एस्ट्रोनॉट पूल से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। साथियों, आज भारत सेमी क्रायोजेनिक इंजन और इलेक्ट्रिक प्रोपल्शन जैसी ब्रेक थ्रू टेक्नोलॉजी में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। जल्द ही आप सब वैज्ञानिकों की मेहनत से भारत गगनयान की उड़ान भी भरेगा और आने वाले समय में भारत अपना स्पेस स्टेशन भी बनाएगा। अभी हम मून और मार्स तक पहुंचे हैं। अब हमें गहरे अंतरिक्ष में उन हिस्सों में भी झोंकना है जहां मानवता के भविष्य के लिए कई जरूरी रहस्य छिपे हैं। बियॉन्ड गैलेक्सीज लाइज अवर होराइजन। साथियों, अनंत अंतरिक्ष हमें हमेशा ये एहसास दिलाता है कि वहां कोई भी पड़ाव अंतिम पड़ाव नहीं है। मैं मानता हूं स्पेस सेक्टर में पॉलिसी लेवल पर भी कहीं कोई आखिरी ठहराव नहीं होना चाहिए। और इसलिए मैंने लाल किले से कहा था, हमारा रास्ता रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म और ट्रांसफॉर्म का रास्ता है। इसलिए बीते 11 वर्षों में देश ने स्पेस सेक्टर में एक के बाद एक लगातार बड़े रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं। एक समय था जब स्पेस जैसे फ्यूचरिस्टिक सेक्टर को देश में अनेक पाबंदियों से बांध दिया गया था। हमने इन बेड़ियों को खोला। हमने प्राइवेट सेक्टर को स्पेस टेक में परमिशन दी। और आज देखिए, देश में 350 से ज्यादा स्टार्टअप्स स्पेस टेक के इनोवेशन और एक्सेलरेशन का इंजन बनकर उभर रहे हैं। इस कार्यक्रम में भी उनकी बढ़ चढ़ करके उपस्थिति दिख रही है। हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर द्वारा बनाया गया पहला PSLV रॉकेट भी जल्द ही लॉन्च किया जाएगा। मुझे खुशी है कि भारत की पहली प्राइवेट कम्युनिकेशन सैटेलाइट भी बनाई जा रही है। पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप के जरिए अर्थ ऑब्जर्वेशन सैटेलाइट कॉन्स्टलेशन भी लॉन्च करने की तैयारी है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, स्पेस सेक्टर में भारत के युवाओं के लिए बहुत बड़ी संख्या में अवसर बनने जा रहे हैं। साथियों, मैंने 15 अगस्त को लाल किले से ऐसे अनेक क्षेत्रों का जिक्र किया था जिसमें भारत को आत्मनिर्भर होना बहुत जरूरी है। मैंने हर सेक्टर को अपने लक्ष्य तय करने को कहा है। आज स्पेस डे के दिन मैं देश के स्पेस स्टार्टअप से कहूंगा, क्या हम स्पेस सेक्टर में अगले 5 वर्षों में 5 यूनिकॉर्न खड़े कर सकते हैं? अभी हम भारत की धरती से साल में 5-6 बड़े लॉन्च देखते हैं। मैं चाहूंगा कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर आगे आए और अगले 5 साल में हम उस स्थिति में पहुंचे कि हर साल 50 रॉकेट लॉन्च कर पाए, हर सप्ताह एक। इसके लिए देश को जिन नेक्स्ट जन रिफॉर्म की जरूरत है वो करने का सरकार का इरादा भी है और इच्छा शक्ति भी है। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, सरकार हर कदम पर आपके साथ खड़ी है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी को साइंटिफिक एक्सप्लोरेशन के साथ ही ईज ऑफ लिविंग का भी माध्यम मानता है। आज स्पेस टेक भारत में गवर्नेंस का भी हिस्सा बन रहा है। फसल बीमा योजना में सैटेलाइट बेस्ड आकलन हो, मछुआरों को सैटेलाइट से मिल रही जानकारी और सुरक्षा हो, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट हो, या पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान में जियो स्पेशियल डेटा का इस्तेमाल हो। आज स्पेस में भारत की प्रगति सामान्य नागरिकों का जीवन आसान बना रही है। इसी दिशा में केंद्र और राज्यों में स्पेस टेक का इस्तेमाल बढ़ाने के लिए कल नेशनल मीट 2.0 का आयोजन भी हुआ है। मैं चाहूंगा ऐसे प्रयास आगे भी चलते रहें, हमारे स्पेस स्टार्टअप भी नागरिकों की सेवा के लिए नए सॉल्यूशंस दे, नए इनोवेशंस करें। मुझे विश्वास है आने वाले समय में अंतरिक्ष में भारत की यात्रा नई ऊंचाइयों को छुएगी। इसी विश्वास के साथ आप सभी को एक बार फिर नेशनल स्पेस डे की बहुत बहुत बधाई। धन्यवाद।
That was an inspiring message from our Honorable Prime Minister, envisioning space as the high frontier of India's growth story, a path of self-reliance, innovation, and a source of inspiration for every citizen. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a video which showcases India's remarkable advancements since the maiden National Space Day on August 23, 2024, highlighting zonal events across the nation and the growing role of space technology as a catalyst for governance and progress. Let's take a look at this audio visual.
23rd August 2023 was a red-letter day in the Indian space program when the Vikram lander soft-landed near the southern polar region of the moon.
23 अगस्त को जब भारत ने चंद्रमा पर तिरंगा फहराया, उस दिन को अब हिंदुस्तान नेशनल स्पेस डे के रूप में मनाया जाएगा।
The first National Space Day was celebrated throughout the nation on 23rd August 2024 with participation from ministries, industries, startups and academia. Since the last Space Day in 2024, the country has witnessed new milestones in the space sector. During the period, more than 200 significant achievements have been accomplished. Prominent among them include innovative missions such as the Space Docking Experiment, 100th launch from Shar GSLV F-15, first Indian aboard the International Space Station, and joint ISRO-NASA NISAR mission. ISRO continued its focus on readying the semi-cryogenic engine, testing and integration of Gaganyaan hardware, and construction of SSLV launch complex. The government has also greenlit the development of the Super Heavy Lift rocket and the third launch pad, TLP at Sriharikota, marking the dawn of a new era for India's space ambitions. The year also witnessed laurels in space science and exploration, with Aditya-1 capturing the first image of solar flare kernel in lower solar atmosphere, key insights on lunar data, and discovery of new exoplanet. In the field of space applications, some noteworthy achievements include the release of National Database for Emergency Management 5.0, development of new yield model for farmer claim settlements, and new method of measurement of soil moisture and ocean winds using GNSS reflectometry. In times of national need, the space assets have provided vital support towards ensuring safety and security of our citizens. The past year has witnessed tremendous growth in private space sector capabilities, aided by InSpace. Schemes such as the Seed Fund Scheme, PIE program, and pricing support have been rolled out by InSpace. Several enterprises have started working towards building and operating their own satellites and testing subsystems of their launch vehicles. InSpace has also successfully transferred technology of ISRO's small satellite launch vehicle to Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. The past year has also witnessed several laurels from the New Space India Limited, NSIL, the state-run public sector enterprise under the Department of Space. These include realization of the high-throughput satellite GSAT-N2, launch of Proba 3 mission of the European Space Agency, and developments towards the launch of PSLV-N1. Our global leadership in space domain touched new heights with the successful conduct of Global Space Exploration Conference GLEX 2025 in May 2025, the largest global IAF conference ever held. Noteworthy outreach events of ISRO include Yuvika program for high school students and NSParks program for students from Northeast to reassess the user needs for the future and for greater role of the private sector. The Government of India held the National Meet 2.0 in 2025. Towards this, more than 300 meetings were held with user departments since June 2025, developing next-generation instruments and missions, boosting industry participation, and embedding innovations are the major recommendations that emerged through the user interactions. Towards the National Space Day 2025, a month-long series of events including conferences, exhibitions, talks, open houses, quizzes, Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon 2025 and ISRO Robotics Challenge 2025 have been successfully conducted. These activities reflected the year's theme, Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan, ancient wisdom to infinite possibilities. This whole-of-nation approach towards building the space sector is powering India's ambitions and driving progress from farms to frontiers. It safeguards lives, strengthens the economy, and bridges the digital divide. In the vast silence of space, it fuels the heartbeat of Vikshit Bharat. Jai Vigyan, Jai Anusandhan.
These achievements remind us that every orbit we reach and every frontier we cross brings us closer to a future where India's space story touches lives here on Earth while reaching for the stars. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a look at highlights from National Meet 2.0 held yesterday, August 22nd, 2025. This landmark gathering brought together policymakers, scientists, industry leaders, and innovators to chart the next chapter of India's space applications and governance. Let's take a look.
Since beginning, India's space program has been more than rockets, satellites, and planetary missions. It's been about empowering people, improving lives, and shaping a better future. In 2014, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi urged for enhancing the use of space technology in governance and development. In 2015, during the first ever mega user meet, Honorable Prime Minister gave his vision on effective use of space technology for national development. Space technology has now become integral input for major flagship programs. 10 years after the Mega User Meet of 2015 or National Meet 1.0, India's space sector, both government and private, has grown significantly. To reassess the use needs for the future and for greater role of the private sector, Government of India decided to hold National Meet 2.0 in August 2025. Towards this, nearly 300 meetings were held with user departments since June 2025. Nearly 90 documents spanning 5,000 pages have come out as a result of this 3-month-long exercise. ISRO Department of Space is thankful to secretaries and senior officials of central ministries and departments, state governments and union territories for their unwavering support and wholehearted involvement in this process. The inputs from the user interactions are used in preparing the roadmap for space and ground infrastructure for the next 15 years, covering the domains of Earth observation, communication and navigation. In terms of satellites, 100 plus satellites need to be released over the next 15 years to meet the user requirements. Nearly 70% of these are in the small satellite class, thereby presenting opportunity for multiple satellites per launch. Implementation will be taken up such that government focuses on technology development missions, while operational missions are realized through private industry and public-private partnerships with active participation of InSpace, NSIL and NGEs. The document which is being submitted today summarizes the mission plan for 2040. Aligning with the vision for Viksit Bharat, we hope for a future where space technology secures our food, water, environment, protects us from disasters and sustainable growth for all. Together, we will march towards Viksit Bharat 2047. Jai Hind.
And ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a symbolic moment, the formal handover of the outcome report of National Meet 2.0 to the Honorable Minister of State for Space by Dr. V. Narayanan, Secretary, Department of Space. And to join in for this handing over ceremony, I also invite Shri Nilesh Desai, Director, Space Applications Center and Chair of the Apex Committee for National Meet 2.0. Also, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director, National Remote Sensing Center and Chair of the Program Management Council for Space Applications, please. May I now request Dr. V. Narayanan, Secretary, Department of Space, to kindly hand over this report to the Honorable Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, the Honorable Minister of State for Space. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. The deliberations of National Meet 2.0 reinforce the inclusive collaborative vision for harnessing space across every sector, a vision that strengthens India's march towards Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you very much. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. I thank Shri Nilesh Desai and I thank Dr. Prakash Chauhan as well. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now present a short film on Chintan Shiver 2025, a platform for reflection, ideation, and charting the next frontier of India's space journey. So let us now first take a look at this short film.
In pursuit of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's visionary directive to elevate India's space aspirations, the Department of Space convened a landmark 2.5-day workshop, Chintan Shiver 2025, from July 16th to 18th, 2025 in the vibrant city of Visakhapatnam, a bold step toward shaping the nation's celestial future. The primary strategic driver behind the DOS Chintan Shiver initiative was to develop a concrete action plan for implementing the Viksit Bharat 2047. The overarching theme for the event was implementing Space Vision 2047 and looking beyond. To envision the Space Vision 2047 and looking beyond towards the 100th year of the Indian space program. Around 350 key officials participated during the deliberations, including teams from ISRO, NSIL, InSpace, administrative wings of the department and the other autonomous bodies. At the helm of this extraordinary initiative stood the dynamic leadership of Chairman ISRO, Secretary DOS, Dr. V. Narayanan. 11 areas were identified for intense deliberations in the form of breakout sessions. The 2.5-day session has set the direction to harness the benefits of space technology for national development, along with targets for an exponential growth of the Indian space ecosystem, space applications, space infrastructure, space transportation systems, human spaceflight and capacity building in the short term, mid-term and long term. The Chintan Shiver deliberations help to assess the current gaps in the EO capabilities in supporting the application requirements and a roadmap of EO applications in the domains of ecosystem and food security, atmosphere and environment, climate, hydrology and cryosphere. And disaster risk reduction was chalked out. That is expected to position India as the global leader in Earth observation. The roadmap for satellite communication program aims to provide seamless connectivity, enhance network resilience and redundancy, broadband access extending to global locations by adoption of new technological solutions, including sovereign NGSO constellation. The Indian Navigation System, NAVIC, is proposed to be extended towards multiple orbits, enabling global coverage, meeting both civilian and strategic needs. A series of space science and exploration missions to destination within and beyond the solar system are planned that will complement the global space exploration efforts and also enrich the Indian space science ecosystem involving academia and research institutions. The Bharatiya Antariksh Station is poised to become a hub of scientific activity. The space applications require a robust space infrastructure, including satellite assets. The Chintan Shiver recommended the establishment of a secure, robust Bharatiya Global Grid, Bharatiya Akhand Sanchar Pranali, to deliver on-demand Earth observation data and a Bharatiya Sarvatra Vishwa Darshini for precise navigation and resilient communication services at a global scale. This requires a whole-of-nation approach involving the private sector to build the satellites with the required capacity. The strategic space assets essential for national security over the long term in the backdrop of the evolving geopolitical scenario was also deliberated and embedded in the roadmap. The timely deployment of the space infrastructure planned in the next decade and beyond requires both higher capacity and payload capability for the space transportation systems. The Chintan Shiver outlined a roadmap including the prioritization of the development of a human-rated launch vehicle for crewed lunar missions to achieve the first Indian human lunar landing by 2040, along with cutting-edge propulsion technologies, cost-effective space access with fully reusable launch vehicles and hypersonic vehicles. In the area of human space exploration and habitation, the technology thrust up to 2047 will be towards enabling longer duration human spaceflight missions in LEO, missions beyond LEO to cislunar space, establishing an Indian lunar habitat with capabilities of sustaining short or medium stay on lunar surface. Beyond 2047, the roadmap primarily focuses on achieving capabilities for Earth-independent operations in cis-Martian space as well as Mars surface habitation. The fulfillment of these objectives require the concurrent establishment of the related ground infrastructure, skill development, academic or industry partnerships, and productive international collaboration, launch infrastructure, propulsion test facilities, and capacity development in new areas such as bioastronautics. The changes required in organizational policies and human resources towards meeting the outlined space vision were discussed along with avenues in space business and diversification plans. Chintan Shiver 2025 has provided a blueprint for planning our space missions, industrial capacity, academic growth, and over the next 3 decades. Space will definitely be a significant driver for our Atmanirbhar Viksit Bharat 2047.
Ladies and gentlemen, the outcomes of Chintan Shiver 2025 reflect both the introspection and the vision for future space-driven governance. And now for the ceremonial handover of this outcome report, may I also invite the Secretary, Department of Space, along with all Program Management Council chairs, along with the Scientific Secretary, ISRO, to please be on stage with us. And before I request Secretary, Department of Space, Dr. V. Narayanan, to present this handover, to hand it over to the Honorable Minister of State for Space, I invite our Program Management Council chairs and also the Scientific Secretary of ISRO. And I now request Dr. V. Narayanan, Secretary, Department of Space, to kindly hand over this report to the Honorable Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. This handover symbolizes our collective resolve to transform ideas into action and to shape India's future in space with conviction of vision and unity of purpose. I request the Honorable Minister to please stay with us ahead of the dais, because we want to take this opportunity, sir, to felicitate your presence. We cannot thank you enough, and I'm going to request Dr. V. Narayanan, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman, Space Commission, and Chairman, ISRO, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, with a shawl and a memento. Ladies and gentlemen, can we express our gratitude in the form of a rousing, roaring round of applause for the Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. And now we will request the Honorable Minister, but before that, I'd like to, ladies and gentlemen, convey to all of you that we move to the highlight of our celebrations, where the Honorable Minister of State will present prizes to winners of the Robotics Challenge and Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon. And before we invite the Honorable Minister to do that, let me just tell you a little about the Robotics Challenge first. The ISRO Robotics Challenge, URSC 2025, or IROC-U, is a national platform that nurtures young innovators in space robotics, preparing them to solve real engineering challenges for the future interplanetary missions. And this year's theme, ANAV, Autonomous Navigation for an Aerial Vehicle Without External Navigation Aids, carries the inspiring tagline, "Fly me on Mars." And through this challenge, India's brightest youth are shaping technologies that will power our space exploration tomorrow. So I'm going to now request our Honorable Minister of State for Space to please distribute the prizes for the Robotics Challenge, sir. And we will begin with the third prize in this competition, going on to the second and then first. We also have consolation prizes, and going on to the special prize for innovation and non-intuitive thinking. So we begin by calling on stage for the Robotics Challenge our third prize winner, Team Nyod from Karnataka. May I invite Saurabh Suresh Karki, Krishna Sai Golamudi, Amit Matthew, and Mallikarjun S. Kande. Let's welcome Saurabh Suresh Karki, Krishna Sai Golamudi, Amit Matthew, and Mallikarjun S. Kande. Team Nyod from Karnataka getting the third prize in the Robotics Challenge. on to inviting our second prize winners, ladies and gentlemen, for the Robotics Challenge. And the second prize goes to Team Surya from Uttar Pradesh. May I invite Kartik Pandey, Muskan, Prashant Singh and Rani Astya to kindly join us on stage. Surya from Uttar Pradesh. Let's have a huge round of applause for our second prize winners, ladies and gentlemen. Team Surya from Uttar Pradesh. We see big smiles on the faces of the team members, Kartik Pandey, Muskan, Prashant Singh and Rani Astya. Very well done and many congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this challenge, the first prize for Robotics Challenge goes to Galactic Gearheads from Maharashtra. We invite Nimish Sadab, Rushikesh Patwardhan, Kaushal N. Chaudhary and Dr. S.V. Gaikwad to kindly join us on stage and receive their prize. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our first prize winners. Team Galactic Gearheads from Maharashtra. Nimish Satab, Rushikesh Patwardhan, Kaushal N. Chaudhary and Dr. S.V. Gaikwad. And in this Robotics Challenge, ladies and gentlemen, we also have 2 consolation prizes. So may I first invite Team Titans from Maharashtra on getting a consolation prize, Padmesh Kimmatkar, Dr. Sandeep Khetkar, Sanjot Sanjay Kavale and Dipanshu Kamalkar Pise. Team Titans getting a consolation prize, Team Titans from Maharashtra. The Titans are Padmesh Kimmatkar, Dr. Sandeep Khetkar, Sanjot Sanjay Kavale and Dipanshu Kamalkar Pise. Many, many congratulations on getting your consolation prize. And there is another consolation that goes to Cosmos from West Bengal. May I invite Somalia Malik, Shreyan Kundu, Muhammad Mustafa Abdullah and Subham Das. Cosmos from West Bengal walks away with another consolation besides the Titans. Here they are, Cosmos from West Bengal getting the consolation prize from the Honorable Minister, Somalia Malik, Shreyan Kundu, Muhammad Mustafa Abdullah and Subham Das. And ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I'm going to hold back Cosmos from West Bengal because they get one more prize. They get a special prize for innovative and non-intuitive thinking. Cosmos from West Bengal, Somalia Malik, Shreyan Kundu, Muhammad Mustafa Abdullah and Subham Das will now get their special prize for innovative and non-intuitive thinking as well. So let us congratulate them with another loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to all the winners. Now we proceed to the prize distribution, ladies and gentlemen. And I will just describe it, sir. So I request you to please be seated. Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon. So the Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon, ladies and gentlemen, launched by ISRO in 2024, is a flagship initiative to ignite innovation among students in the run-up to the National Space Day. The 2025 edition, unveiled on June 18th, saw over 61,000 students and 8,744 teams. They tackled 14 problem statements across geospatial technology, space science, image processing, and AI and ML. After a rigorous process, the top 30 teams reached the 30-hour grand finale on August 7th and 8th, where the best 3 were chosen for their creativity, technical excellence, and feasibility. We congratulate all the participants. This was a difficult competition, and we request the Honorable Minister to please now distribute the prizes. So may I request you to please step ahead of the dais and give away 3 prizes, the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st for Bharatiya Hackathon, Antariksh Hackathon. Let us begin by calling on stage our 3rd prize winner. The 3rd prize goes to Team Neuronetics, Tathagato Das, Tirth Brata Jana, Suyatra Goswami, and Sovan Mandal. Ladies and gentlemen, can we do better on the applause? I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Congratulations, Team Neuronetics, on getting your 3rd prize. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite the winners of the 2nd prize. The 2nd prize goes to Dominators, Krish Vaghasya, Heli Shah, Hensi, Bhavesh Kumar Patel, and Nisarg Vashi. Thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for encouraging these students. Dominators walking away with the 2nd prize, Krish Vaghasya, Heli Shah, Hensi Bhavesh Kumar Patel, and Nisarg Vashi. Congratulations to you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 1st prize. The 1st prize of this competition, the Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon, goes to Team Buck Trio, Arpit Chaudhary, Deepesh Elawat, and Chaitanya Sharma. Team Buck Trio getting the 1st prize. Arpit Chaudhary, Deepesh Elawat, and Chaitanya Sharma. Many congratulations to you. And I thank the esteemed Honorable Minister. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors again. I request you to please be seated now. And ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed delighted to have on the dais our Gaganyatris. So I think it's only fair if we request them to share their views in under 2 minutes, if that's all right. One by one, and I'm going to request first our Gaganyatri, Shubhanshu Shukla. Let me request you to please say a few words on this occasion.
Well, good morning to everyone. This is a surprise test. I was not expecting to speak, but I am so excited to see this, the excitement amongst all of you with what we are planning to do. I was just thinking about this, what is happening here. 2 years ago, we did not have this celebration. Last year, we started 2024, and this is 2025. And within 2 years, this is the excitement that we have been able to create. We have some really big ambitions going forward. Gaganyaan mission, Bharatiya Antariksh Station, and eventually landing on the moon. And what it requires is all the kids who are sitting here to be excited, because we will need all of you. And I'm so happy to see that you're already being a part of various competitions that are being organized and competing among us, yourselves, and in turn, creating this curiosity about space exploration. I think to achieve such big and bold ambitions that we have, it requires the resources of an entire nation, right from the kids. ISRO is already doing a fantastic job in involving everyone, because this is what we need going into the future. The industries, the schools, the academia, and the resources of the entire country to make these ambitions a reality, a goal. The celebration or the excitement that I see here in this room, let me tell you, in the past 1 year, I've been traveling globally for my training for the Axiom 4 mission to the International Space Station. This excitement is not limited to this room. This excitement for India is present all over the world. Wherever I have gone, I have interacted with everyone. my crewmates and the various teams at Japanese Space Agency or European Space Agency, wherever I have been, they are much more excited about our missions because I was preparing for the flying to the International Space Station, and the questions would inevitably be, when is Gaganyaan going to fly? And they made me sign a note that whenever you do fly, you need to invite us for the launch. And we want to travel in your vehicle from Indian soil on an Indian launch vehicle very soon. So I think the excitement is very real. We have great ambitions, and I think now, since the responsibility has been given, it is our job and duty to perform them. And so I'm so happy to see that is already happening in a lot of ways, and I can't tell you how excited I am to be present here at this point of time. I think this is the golden period for our country as far as space exploration is concerned. Let's get higher and faster together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now request our Gaganyatri, Prashant Balakrishnan Nair.
Can you hear me? Jai Hind to everybody out here. Thank you, Minister, Chairman, and my fellow Gaganyatris, all the senior leadership sitting in front of me, and the entire ISRO family, and from the scientific community, all top dignitaries of India, and the heroes of today, the children. When I was young, I used to always see those newspaper clippings that something is happening in Delhi. Many other events, with children go, a lot of competition and all. I'm still not that side, I'm on this side and still envy the children who came out here and got all those awards. It's a fantastic achievement. So let's hear it again for all of them. To echo what my colleague said, while we visited the Japanese Space Agency, ESA, and when we went to SpaceX and all these places, cutting-edge technology. But there's a big admiration for India in everything that we did, because whatever we do it in a different way. So we are not looking too far when these people will be here in our own land and hoping to fly with us in the Gaganyaan. That's not too far away, because that is the thing that we should be aspiring to be. The theme for today's session is ancient wisdom to infinite possibilities. This is the whole theme for this year's. What does it stand for? Actually, this is where you need to actually look deep into what India provides all of you, which other countries do not. Whenever we light a lamp before any function, the other day when this entire thing was inaugurated, just 2 days back, there is something which is invoked. And we don't pay too much attention to it. And that's why today we are celebrating such people like Aryabhatta. It is invoking Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurme Deva Sarvakareshu Sarvada. We say these, but we don't understand what it is. And this is our ancient wisdom, that Vakratunda is Ganesha, the Ritambra Buddhi, big, Mahakaya. This is what we bring, creativity, something totally different, like the awards which are won today. And Surya Koti Samaprabha, to be resplendent like the sun. We just now with Aditya took a photograph also. Think out of the box and to remove all obstacles along the way. Nirvignam Kurme Deva, in everything that we do and always. Sarva Kareshu and Sarvada. Just by remembering this ancient wisdom, we can unlock infinite possibilities. And with that, I would like to end by saying, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, and Jai Vaigan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now may I invite Gaganyatri Angad Pratap.
Very good morning to everyone present, Honorable Minister, sir, Chairman, sir, and distinguished guests and friends, families. This is a great moment that all of us have been able to come here, gather here for celebrating the National Space Day 2025. What each one of us should really understand today here is, as an Indian first, is what is the kind of potential we have as a country. And of course, we are able to celebrate this because we have right now a government which is really supporting the space sector. We can't forget the fact that we are riding on the hard work of decades and decades of, hard work which has gone in from our scientific community. Especially when I talk about this, I'm talking about the Indian Space Research Organization. There are a lot of people who have toiled very hard under a lot of hard working conditions. These were not ideal working conditions, and these were very, very intelligent people who chose to work for an organization called the Indian Space Research Organization. And in spite of having a lot of better pastures outside India or in the private community within India. So I would first of all request all of you to appreciate the fact that all of us are primarily present here and we are able to celebrate this day because of those people. And I would request all of you to please give a round of applause for all the names which even Chairman Sir brought out in his short speech. In fact, I firmly believe that today you have 4 individuals amongst this distinguished panel who are able to wear this jacket primarily because of the hard work, the capability that ISRO has, that from here on we can take a human space. We can even think of undertaking a human space mission. I'll keep it short. Human space mission is not the same as any other space mission. It is multiple missions in one mission. That's probably one of the reasons why it's more complicated and it ends up taking more time. As a country, I believe firmly, and I'm very sure about this, that we have to bring on board the collective national potential into the space sector to make this human space flight possible for us. Because by 2047, the kind of vision we have, as of now, one of the key things which is stopping us from becoming a superpower is this human space flight thing. So let's work together towards it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I have the privilege of requesting our Gaganyatri, Ajit Krishnan.
Jai Hind, sir. And Jai Hind, all the audience. When the 4 of us got associated with ISRO in 2020, at least I didn't realize that we are getting into something which is so much bigger than all of us. I thought that we're just going to be a part of one mission, maybe a few missions, which will be the beginning of human spaceflight in India. That was 2020. We fast forward now to 2025. In the 5 years that have gone by, we've been to the moon twice. We have had a docking experiment. We have had a new small satellite launch vehicle. We have had 350 startups coming up and joining our space sector. We are going places. India is going places. Wherever we have been abroad, everybody looks up to us. They look up to the pace at which we are progressing. And I feel that they're slightly envious also. This is all thanks to ISRO, all thanks to the private sector, all thanks to the educational institutes, academia that we have, all of you who are all working towards space. Now we have a solid roadmap available to us till 2047 that's in front of us. We just have to work hard, put our heads together, think innovatively, and produce the results so that we achieve what is planned in these books. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you to our Gaganyatris for those heartfelt remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege, my honor to say that Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, a medical professional by training and a seasoned parliamentarian, has been one of the most articulate voices of the government in advancing India's science, technology, and innovation agenda. Under his visionary leadership, India's space program has seen historic policy reforms, unprecedented private sector participation, and a bold vision that places space at the very heart of national development and global leadership. Sir, your commitment and clarity of vision continue to inspire scientists, industry, students and citizens alike, and India's space story shines brighter because of your guidance. And we are so privileged to have you lead these celebrations today. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for the Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji.
Thank you. I hurriedly came to the dais. I thought that will stop her, but anyway, it sounds very flattering. Thanks for a very kind introduction. So amongst us, the Chairman, Dr. Narayanan, Chairman in Space, Dr. Pavan Goenka, our 4 astronauts, Subhashu, Prashant, Angad, Krishna. I can see all the senior members of Team ISRO, our former Chairman, Somanathan. I think one healthy tradition in ISRO is that they may retire, but they continue working. So they are retired only in the office files, not in the ISRO files. And I'm glad. So very much like Somanathan, Kiran Kumar, Dr. Radhakrishnan, all of them continue to be there, following the same tradition and continuing with their projects. I can also see senior secretaries from the different departments of science. Dr. Ravi Chandran, Dr. Abhay is there. Yes, Principal Scientific Advisor, and all the senior members of fraternity, and of course the students who are the main attraction of this program this morning. Now, Subhashu was saying that he was taken by surprise when he was asked to speak. So I think I take the responsibility of having committed that guilt because the moment I came on the stage, I requested Dr. Narayanan place 4 more chairs over here and make them speak before I speak, because otherwise nobody will listen to me. Because I told him they have come to, the cameras are there to take their picture, the audience is there to listen to them. So at least by the time I come, that appetite would have been satiated, if not wholly to some extent, so some of them would be ready to listen to me. And then I said, see, you and I and others may be script writers, but the audience comes to see the hero and the heroine, not the script writer. So let's be modest enough. And I'm glad that you had an opportunity to spontaneously express yourself, and I'm sure they would have liked to talk to you more and more. And we as facilitators feel proud of you and also feel humbled. Now coming back to what Dr. Narayanan was saying, that yes, a very significant point he made, but I'm afraid it might go out only as a part of a polite conversation when he said all are equal. So please don't think this is just an expression of politeness coming out from the chairman. In fact, we have created an asset for India. So all these 4 gentlemen, because the story began with Gaganyaan. Somewhere in 2018, I think the then chairman shared with us that India is ready to now send up a human being in this space. So we were very guarded. So I said, we must check our ourselves. And when ultimately it was made out that yes, we could do it, then we thought we should have the announcement being made by the Prime Minister, because when Prime Minister announces from the ramparts of Red Fort, it becomes a declaration of intent and the whole world notices it. So we promised to each other, made a religious promise that we would not utter a single word before the Prime Minister has spoken from the Red Fort. And then all these guys came together, and the mission is still going on. It's just incidental that in between we had this. And Subhashu has been there, but in 2027, when we have the first human mission, we'll have 2 of them going up. Maybe subsequently we have more. So this is a sustainable, continuous asset with us, the 4 of them. The mission for which they have been enrolled and registered is not over. It's just a stopover with the International Space Station. Now, coming back to the National Space Day, which the chairman was referring, अब उसमें क्या हुआ कि आज से ठीक 2 बरस पहले, इसी दिन, आज ही के दिन, हिंदुस्तान वो पहला मुल्क बन गया जो चंद्रमा के साउथ पोल पर पहुंचा. And that sent out a huge message to the world that look, India has arrived. India is now no longer a follower. On the contrary, India today beckons others to follow her. And that was a momentous occasion. और प्रधानमंत्री का ये सुझाव आया कि इस क्षण को, इस पल को, इस दिन को अंकित करने के लिए क्या ऐसा हो सकता है कि प्रतिवर्ष ये दिवस मनाया जाए, राष्ट्रीय अंतरिक्ष दिवस. एंड आई थिंक ब्रॉडली द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स आर टू फोल्ड. एक तो हम इससे आत्ममंथन करें कि हम कहाँ खड़े हैं, कहाँ आगे जाना है, और दूसरा ये बच्चे प्रेरित होकर के देख सकें कि कितने सारे इनके लिए अवसर, मौके इस क्षेत्र में मौजूद हैं. एंड टुडे व्हेन वी ऑब्जर्व दिस फॉर द सेकेंड टाइम, इसका एक विशेष महत्व बन जाता है. एक तो इसलिए कि अभी अभी एक्सियम 4 मिशन संपन्न हुआ है और उसमें भाग लेने का निमंत्रण वहां से आया था, यहां से नहीं गया. अर्थात भारत की प्रतिभाओं की मान्यता विश्व भर में हुई है. इट वॉज अ मिशन विच डिडंट ओरिजिनेट फ्रॉम इंडिया, नॉट डिड इंडिया कंसीव. लेकिन इसका अर्थ ये हुआ कि they now have started valuing Indian talent, Indian capabilities, and they feel that our boys, when they go there, they can add value to their mission. So that is the first message. और दूसरा इसका ये महत्व कि अभी कुछ ही सप्ताह, कुछ ही महीने पहले ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आपने देखा और स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी की भारत की क्षमताओं का प्रदर्शन धरती से आकाश तक हुआ. And all that you see and you saw was a very optimum synergy of the two of the departments which many of us are associated with, the Department of Space Technology and Department of Atomic Energy. But what is even more important is कि ये सारी क्षमताएं, ये सारी सलाहियतें गत 10 वर्षों में ही हासिल की गई. ये टेक्नोलॉजी का ट्रांसफर भी 10 सालों में हुआ, टेक्नोलॉजी का विकास भी 10 सालों में हुआ, और इस तरह की वॉरफेयर टेक्नोलॉजीज की परख करने का अवसर कब रहता है. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने हमें मौका दिया पाकिस्तान की धरती पर इसको परखने का. और दुनिया और विश्व को ये समझ में आया कि व्हाट हैज हैपेंड इन द लास्ट 11 years of the मोदी गवर्नमेंट. लेकिन विद ऑल द एनालिस्ट्स, द जर्नलिस्ट्स एंड द थिंकर्स सिटिंग इन दिस रूम, शायद एक दिन ये भी सवाल आएगा कि 70-80 साल तक ये क्यों कर ऐसा हुआ कि हमारा अंतरिक्ष विभाग अलग थलग पड़ा हुआ सुस्त रफ्तार में चलता रहा. और जब उसका जवाब ढूंढा जाएगा तो समझ में आएगी कुछ ऐसी बातें जिसकी ओर अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी इशारा कर रहे थे. कि बहुत सारे क्रांतिकारी निर्णय लिए गए इन 7-8 वर्षों में. Now we are following the global benchmarks, we are following global strategies, we are following, because if we have to move on, we have to understand, we have to follow the global parameters. और उसमें सबसे बड़ा क्रांतिकारी निर्णय था ओपनिंग अप ऑफ द स्पेस टू द प्राइवेट सेक्टर. And this could have happened only because we had a Prime Minister who has the courage of conviction to break the taboos of the past, to take out-of-box decisions. And one of the media friends very rightly had pointed out that day while reporting it, that Modi has opened India's space, and rather Modi has unlocked India's space. And of course, for the first time, the gates of Sriharikota were open to all. अब इसका अर्थ ये हुआ, और ये हमारे लिए एक सबक की बात भी है, because we have this day prompts us also to introspect what could have been done, what was not done, what could have been done, what could be done now at least. हमारे पास प्रतिभाओं की कभी कमी ना थी, योग्यता भी थी, काबिलियत भी थी, क्षमता भी थी, सलाहियत भी थी, आंखों में सपने भी थे, दिल में अरमान भी थे, हाथों में मेहनत करने का मादा भी था. लेकिन शायद वो अनुकूलता ना थी जो नीति निर्धारकों के स्तर से अपेक्षित होती है, या वो सपोर्ट सिस्टम ना था जो राजनीतिक नेतृत्व से अपेक्षित होता है. आपने देखा हो किस प्रकार से सारा भाई ने अपना सामान साइकिल पर उठा करके कैरेज में ले जाने का भी काम किया. So what was lacking was that enabling milieu, and that was provided after 2014 when Prime Minister Modi took over and the department started reporting directly to him. And that is the difference. And that is a lesson for us. We already were late. We could have done that earlier. And once that has happened, the outcomes are miraculous. Some of these were pointed out by the Prime Minister, some of them pointed out by the Chairman. We were almost a decimal economy, naam matra space. Today we are $8 billion US in the next 8 to 10 years. The projections are rising so fast, the graph is ascending so fast that we might increase 4 or 5 times to $45 billion, which in other words means that space would be an important component, and space economy would be an important component of India's future economic growth as India moves from rank 4 to rank 3, 2, 1 and so on. And now we have become the mainstream players in India's economic growth. We are no longer sitting in the periphery and just doing some odd experiments in the lab which are of no relevance to the country's overall growth. Startup ko dekhiye, till about 3-4 years back, there was hardly a concept of startup in space sector. Today we have nearly 400 startups, and many of them have the world potential. Many of them have turned into lucrative entrepreneurs. It's become, it's emerged as a huge avenue of entrepreneurship. Suddenly, I was seeing in the engineering colleges, the aerospace option in engineering has suddenly gone up. And the reflection of that comes when we receive requests for the internship which happens in the 3rd year of their course. और ये सब पिछले 3-4-5 सालों में हुआ. यानी ये हो सकता था, मगर ना हुआ. And that could be also a lesson for us to follow. अब कुछ लोग ये कहते हैं कि साहब ये रॉकेट भेजने से क्या होगा? तो हो गया तो क्या हुआ? अब रॉकेट तो गया, इसी से आप लोग यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए इन सबको देखने के लिए. ना जाता तो कैसे होता? There is a huge amount of romanticism. जब कोई पिक्चर आने वाली होती है तो उसका ट्रेलर दिखाते हैं, उसमें वो कहानी नहीं दिखाते, वो सैड सॉन्ग नहीं दिखाते, उसमें वो दिखाते हैं जो आपको टिकल करता है, बाकी सब बाद में. But the sending up rocket, of course, is a romantic exercise. It associates you with that area of work. But our 80%, 70% of the work in space technology is dedicated to what the Honorable Prime Minister briefly referred. We have created for the world an entirely unique model of the application of space technology to bring in ease of living in the life of a common citizen, in our infrastructure projects, in our development projects. And virtually, space technology has entered every Indian household, although the householders may not be aware that they are using space technology. It's quietly entered into your doorstep. And some of our space technology projects are now being emulated by the rest of the world. Gati Shakti ka bhi Pradhan Mantri ji ne zikr kiya. I think the first of its kind, when you monitor the infrastructure projects, you save on time, you save on money. When we grow in economy, it's not only what the kind of wealth we generate, also the kind of wealth we save. And that is the model of Gati Shakti. Swamitra program, drone ke saath mil karke, you can map your own land. You made citizen the master of his destiny. You have put Patwari out of job, which was such a sought-after job in this country. Telemedicine, disaster, as Prime Minister was mentioning. We are now providing even to the neighbors the inputs for that. Most of our housing programs, Amrit housing project, our smart cities project, defense का मैंने जिक्र करने की जरूरत नहीं, आपने ऑपरेशन संदूर अपनी आंखों से देख लिया. So it's not only confined only to the setting up of rockets, because that is equally important. और इसलिए, I won't take long, but the Axiom Commission, of course, much has been talked about it by the chairman, also been talked about the 4 astronauts, and also referred to by the Prime Minister. But what possibly is missed out is that even the participation of one of these four gentlemen, Shubhashu, in that Axiom mission is closely aligned with the Modi government's flagship programs and the Modi government's priority ideals. And I'll tell you how, because most of us, we are all from the science fraternity, we're not making a polite or a political speech. What he did, whether it was life sciences, plant physiology, is going to have a huge relevance even for the people living on the earth. जो microgravity में इन्होंने study किया, myogenesis, what happens when the muscles get wasted because of disuse, how to strategize their recovery, is very much relevant. Most of our diseases, like for example, we have in type 2 diabetes mellitus, we have so also in some of the malignancies. We also have that following these ordinary incidents of bone fractures where you have to be bedridden or confined to bed, and then you are asked to do physiotherapy. So how do you strategize? So it's going to have a huge benefit for the people living on the earth, and benefit not confined only to the 140 crore Indians, to the entire mankind, and therefore विश्व बंधु भारत जो बार-बार प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं, उसका प्रतीक Axiom 4 mission रहा है. The experiments performed by an Indian with the Indian material and the Indian literature, but the benefit is for the rest of the world as well, and equally as much. Secondly, all these kits which he carried to the space were developed over here. The Department of Biotechnology, which is also a part of the Ministry of Science and Technology, our institute over here, close by in Delhi itself, contributed to that. The other Institute of Biotechnology, the INSTEM in Bengaluru, the CSIR Institute, we have over here again, the ICGEB. So there was CSIR, there was biotechnology, there were the IITs, there were the Indian Institute of Sciences, Bengaluru, where Professor Sood has been a distinguished faculty. So ये सब का क्या मतलब हुआ? ये सब का मतलब हुआ whole of government and whole of nation. Again, this is what in the last 10 years we have been seeking to propagate. और तीसरा, एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कंडक्ट करने वाला हिंदुस्तानी, सामग्री हिंदुस्तानी. तो क्या अर्थ हुआ? मेक इन इंडिया एंड आत्मनिर्भर भारत. So you can understand, in a single sojourn of just about 2 weeks, we have proved to the world that India can be Atmanirbhar Bharat, that India can be Vishwa Hindu Bharat, and India can also perform in an integrated, synergized fashion involving each and every citizen. So that's the most important lesson, and of course the outcomes, as I said. Now the theme which the chairman was referring to, I think India has an advantage over the rest of the world which many other countries don't have. We have the asset of the traditional knowledge. And we are trying to institutionalize it, we are trying to digitalize it. Even in CSIR, we have set up a traditional knowledge digital library. So I fancifully called it TKDL because that is what the youngsters understand. If you give them a big name, they don't understand. But if you give them an acronym, that sounds fancy. So it is called TKDL. So we have the advantage of combining our traditional knowledge with the cutting edge technology, which is not so in case of other nations, other countries, and that is why very thoughtfully the theme today is Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan, ancient wisdom to infinite possibilities, and the exhibition which has been laid out outside is also depicted here. Our journey from those ancient times to today, and also what is to be followed tomorrow. And as far as the upcoming missions are concerned, Chairman was trying to enumerate, but I think what is important to understand is that this year particularly has been very, very significant for ISRO. 2024 ended with SpaceX, and 2025 began with NAVIC. And now, of course, we'll have Vayomitra, and then 27 Gaganyaan, then 28 Chandrayaan 4, then Venus and Bharat Antariksh Station 2035. And of course, again and again, it has been said that 2040 an Indian landing on the surface of the moon, but do you know what is the implication? हम बार बार हर मंच से कह रहे हैं कि सन 2047 जब हिंदुस्तान अपनी आज़ादी की 100वीं सालगिरह मनाएगा तो विकसित भारत, लेकिन हमें अभी ये नहीं समझ में आया कि उससे ठीक 7 साल पहले एक हिंदुस्तानी चांद की धरती से खड़ा होकर ये ऐलान करेगा कि 7 साल बाद हिंदुस्तान विकसित भारत बनने वाला है। The first declaration of the arrival of Viksit Bharat is going to be made from the surface of moon. ये उड़ान इसी तरह जारी रहे, ये प्रवास इसी तरह जारी रहे और इसी तरह हिंदुस्तान आसमान और ब्रह्मांड की बुलंदियों पर फतेह हासिल करता रहे। जैसे एक बार अल्लामा इकबाल ने उसी बुलंदी का जिक्र करते हुए कहा था कि खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे बता तेरी रज़ा क्या है। इसी कामना के साथ, इसी दुआ के साथ, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Your guidance has been the driving force behind India's quantum leaps in space, science. Under your leadership, reforms have taken shape, young innovators have found their wings, and India's space story has become a source of global admiration. So your words today not only inspire this gathering, but also reaffirm our confidence that under your leadership, India will script some of the most glorious chapters in humanity's cosmic journey. आपके नेतृत्व ने भारत की अंतरिक्ष यात्रा को नई दिशा और नया वेग दिया है। आपके प्रेरणादायी शब्द हमें अनंत संभावनाओं की ओर बढ़ने का संकल्प भी देते हैं। We thank you so much, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again for the Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji. And with that, we come to the end of this inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly once again grateful to the Honorable Minister of State for Space for his presence, his vision, and unstinting support for India's space-driven governance and development. And now we will take a break for tea coffee. Tea coffee for VIPs has been arranged at the Leaders Lounge. All our esteemed dignitaries and our senior dignitaries seated in the front rows will exit from your stage left, that side. And the rest of the participants, all of us, ladies and gentlemen, will take a quick tea coffee break of 10 minutes and will exit from your stage right, which is my left, from that side. And then we will come back to the plenary hall for the opening session. So I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to come back in just 10 minutes while we rearrange the days. And at this juncture, I request you to, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and give a thunderous round of applause once again to the Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji. Thank you once again, sir. And the photographers have come up. We may need a photograph, but we are going to wait for the dignitaries to exit from that side. Please don't go from that side, the other participants. I invite you to please take this exit. And with that, we'd also like to request all the students present with us to kindly proceed for tea and refreshment. Students, also take this opportunity to visit the exhibition outside, and after this, your participation for the inaugural session concludes and you may take leave. We thank you wholeheartedly, students, for joining us today and for being such an important part of India's National Space Day celebrations. So thank you to all the students. Do have your tea, coffee, and also visit the exhibition before you leave. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in just 10 minutes, we will come back and we will begin with the next session, the opening session of National Space Day 2025. And I request you to please come back in that much time. We will start on time, ladies and gentlemen, without delaying it any further. So I invite you to please quickly take a cup of tea or coffee and then come back to this plenary hall where we will start with the opening session quite immediately. So don't miss the beginning. Come back soon. And please take your seats in this very hall once again for the opening session. And thank you very much once again.
Now, who is, you have to now understand who is with the PSC, that's all, so that we can give this to them.
In the early 1960s, as the world looked skyward with curiosity, India embarked on its own space journey, not for power, but for progress. Guided by the visionary Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the Indian space program was born with a motto to use space technology for the national development. Currently, under the dynamic and visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, ISRO is charting new frontiers not just in space, but deep beneath the oceans. The Matsya 6000 is India's flagship human submersible aimed to carry 3 persons to a depth of 6,000 meters into the Indian Ocean. It is developed by the National Institute of Ocean Technology, NIOT, under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. The Matsya 6000 comprises of several systems, out of which the personal sphere is a critical technology that transports 3 personnel into the ocean depths. National Institute of Ocean Technology has a MOU with ISRO for development of this critical technology. Lead centers of ISRO, viz. Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and Liquid Propulsion Systems Center, are involved in design, materials, manufacturing and development of this vessel. Matsya 6000 is a spherical vessel of 2.3 meters in diameter, all titanium alloy construction with a thickness of 85 mm, comprising of 7 electron beam wells completing the assembly. Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, Thiruvananthapuram, is entrusted with the responsibility of materials, design and manufacturing of the personal sphere. TI6 AL4V alloy in ELI grade is made and the sphere manufactured using advanced CNC machining techniques. Liquid Propulsion Systems Center, Bengaluru, is responsible for assembly, electron beam welding, destructive and non-destructive testing and clearance of the manned submersible. The center houses a unique facility in the country with a high-capacity electron beam gun. Liquid Propulsion Systems Center has welded the first assembly and has undergone all NDE successfully. Preparations are in full swing for the welding of subsequent assemblies. Matsya 6000 is a stellar example of interdepartmental synergy, uniting India's top minds for a mission of national importance. This trailblazing deep-sea venture is driving innovation and making a bold impact on India's blue economy, unlocking new frontiers beneath the ocean.
So through the day, ladies and gentlemen, we hope to make the most of the takeaways that will be given to us, the very meaningful wisdom that will be shared with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our dignitaries are now approaching the plenary hall. May I invite you to please take seats. I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Please take seats, ladies and gentlemen. You know, ladies and gentlemen, our country's fascination with the cosmos is not new at all. It is deeply civilizational, from the meticulous astronomical calculations of Aryabhatta, Barahamir, Mihir, and Bhaskar to the observations of Maharaja Jai Singh even. India has always sought to unravel mysteries of the heavens. And these early contributions were not just scientific records, they have somehow shaped our culture, spirituality, and governance, embedding astronomy into daily life. We're just requesting all our eminent dignitaries to please take seats, and then we will begin very, very quickly. So I invite you all, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated. And as soon as I'm signaled by the organizers, we will begin with the opening session. So please be seated. So as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, our story is deeply rooted in the past, but it doesn't rest in the past. The journey from Aryabhatta, India's first satellite launched in 1975, to the upcoming Gaganyaan mission, all of this reflects the seamless continuity of our spirit. And there we are, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our keynote speaker at this juncture.
Sir, this is the flight transition. Do you want me to operate it? No, I'll. No, it is here. He'll be operating from here? Yeah. He can if he wants to. Or there. I'll go that side. Yeah, fine. If you want. Good work.
Is it okay to use this podium, or shall I go that side? The sir wants to use.
That script.
Yeah.
Where we'll start now. Gaganyaan and ISIS will not be there.
We will not do this.
We welcome everyone for the opening session.
And then introduction by Mr. Ganesh. I'm going that side though because sir wants to use this podium. This mic as well. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the opening session very shortly. And for this reason, I request you all to please now take seats. I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. We don't want to miss the opening keynote, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Please do join us and be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I thank you very much for being here with us for India's second National Space Day celebrations. And now we are about to begin with the opening session. And we have a very distinct personality in our midst. He's going to be introduced and then invited to this stage, ladies and gentlemen, to render his keynote address. But we need to get this house in order before that, which is why I invite all our esteemed participants to kindly make their way back into this room and be seated. We have truly a very powerful theme for this year's National Space Day. And as we revel in that theme, at the heart of this theme truly lies a very powerful truth that India's space journey is as much about people as it is about planets. And every mission uplifts the nation's confidence, inspires its youth, strengthens governance here on Earth, from agriculture to disaster management, from communication to climate resilience. And it gives me a lot of pride to say that as we carry the torch from Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan, we affirm that our progress in space will always serve humanity's greater good. So in saying that, our heritage roots us, our innovations propel us forward, and our vision opens the doors to possibilities that are truly infinite. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin very, very shortly. I invite you all to please take seats now. And I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Welcome back, sir. It is truly heartening to see the anticipation, also excitement we have for the opening keynote. We don't want to miss it, and it is only evident with people coming back from their tea coffee break only for this. So I invite all those of you, once again, this is an announcement for everybody who's outside and can possibly hear me. And for all those of you who are seated in the audience, if you would like to call your colleagues, give them a call, remind them that the opening session has to start and we don't want to miss it. It is unmissable, ladies and gentlemen, truly. So I'd like to request you all to please give a call to all your colleagues so that we can all gather back in the plenary hall for this opening session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and I request you to please now be seated. I thank you very much. Just waiting for a few more people, ladies and gentlemen, since they're all making their way into the room and the doors haven't been shut yet. We're still awaiting all of the participants to come back to this plenary hall and take seats. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen. Please do join us, ladies and gentlemen, so that we can take seats. We have to begin with the opening session, and we seek your cooperation in getting this house in order. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin with the opening session very, very shortly now. And as we gear up for the opening session, I'm just thoughtful, and you'll agree with me, that space has a way of humbling us and inspiring us at the same time. Whether it's Chandrayaan touching the moon or Gaganyaan preparing to carry Indians into space, every success tells the world that India is not just participating in the space age, we are indeed shaping it. And that just one if you think of it as this, that just one generation ago, space seemed so far, distant and unreachable. And today, every Indian child also grows up knowing that the moon, Mars, and even space stations are within our reach. So that is the power of India's space story. It truly turns dreams into missions. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, I have been given a signal that we will begin in only under a minute. So I'm going to request all of our esteemed participants, our eminent delegates. We've got 1 more minute to quickly approach plenary hall, reach our seats, and firmly position ourselves here for a very, very illuminated keynote address, ladies and gentlemen, which we do not want to miss. We have our esteemed delegates joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will begin with the opening session of National Space Day 2025. And I want to begin by saying, in fact, quoting a Sanskrit invocation that embodies our spirit today. Anantam tu patantu ayamya swabhimani cha, which translates to, may we soar boundlessly with dignity and self-respect. And just as our space endeavors stretch across infinite frontiers, may our national progress also ride on wings of integrity and innovation. And at this opening session of National Space Day 2025, this is, ladies and gentlemen, where ideas take center stage as we reflect on India's extraordinary journey from heritage to horizon, from Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan. And to begin, let me take the privilege of inviting Mr. Ganesh Pillai, Scientific Secretary, ISRO, to kindly introduce our keynote speaker, and then we will invite him. So I'm going to request him, shall I call the keynote speaker myself first? All right, so we will first request our keynote speaker to grace the stage. May I invite, ladies and gentlemen, with a lot of privilege, the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Professor A.K. Sood. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We are so grateful to you for sparing the time, taking time out of your busy schedule and joining us today for this keynote. And now I request Mr. Ganesh Pillai, Scientific Secretary, ISRO, to kindly do the honors of introducing him. Sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected delegates, and esteemed colleagues. It's my honor and privilege to introduce a remarkable individual who stands at the forefront of India's scientific and technology journey, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India since 2022, a role of strategic importance that places science and technology at the heart of national development. Professor Sood is one of the country's most accomplished physicists with a career spanning over 4 decades. His contribution to the science are not only deeply academic, but also profoundly national, influencing policies, nurturing innovation, ecosystems, and guiding the integration of science with public good. He is also serving as the chairperson of Prime Minister's Science, Technology, and Innovation Advisory Council. The National Science Chair Professor at the Indian Institute of Science, IISc Bangalore, Professor Sood is globally respected for his pioneering research, which has led to critical advancements in nanotechnology and soft matter physics. With a doctorate in physics from IISc Bangalore, research interests in the physics of quantum materials, soft and active matters, he has published over 450 scientific papers, and his work is recognized with numerous accolades, including the Padma Shri, one of the highest civilian awards, the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award, Prize, G.D. Birla Award for Scientific Research, the TWAS Prize in Physics, the Millennium Gold Medal of the Indian Science Congress Association, the Sri C.V. Raman Award of the UGC, the Homi Bhabha Medal of Indian National Science Academy, GM Modi Award for Science and Technology, and Ashutosh Mukherjee Memorial Lifetime Award by Indian Science Congress. Professor Sood has held leadership position in all major Indian science academies, like the President of Indian National Science Academy, the President of Indian Academy of Sciences, and Secretary General to the World Academy of Science, Italy. He was also elected to FRS, the Fellowship of Royal Society, UK. As PSA, Professor Sood's mandate includes shaping science and technology policy, catalyzing cross-sector collaboration, and building robust research and innovation frameworks to advance India's self-reliance and global competitiveness. Professor Sood is not only a scientist of extraordinary caliber, but also a visionary who understands the need for synergy between academia, industry, and government to build a future that is inclusive, knowledge-driven, and sustainable. It is truly a privilege to have him with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Sir, please.
Honorable dignitaries here present in the hall, the Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Dr. Narayanan, past Chairman, Dr. Somnath, the entire ISRO fraternity from academia and from government, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a very big privilege for me to be a part of this momentous day, celebrating second National Space Day, which really marks the arrival of India on this technology scene in a very big manner in the last few years. We heard very inspiring progress and the vision in the last 2 hours in the presentation by the Secretary, Dr. Narayanan, inspiring speech by our Honorable Prime Minister, and the 2 videos which were played highlighting where India has come starting from almost like 50 years back, and what is the vision for the next 40 to 50 years as was presented in their Manthan, in their vision document. So this really makes all Indians very proud of what ISRO has achieved and what ISRO aspires to achieve. So please join me in congratulating ISRO once again and really see their progress from almost day to day. I have had the privilege to be associated with some of their programs in the last few years, and it is very heartwarming to see the entire ISRO approach along with other ministries to take the agenda forward for Viksit Bharat. Now, this presentation, which I was invited, thank you very much, but I have a challenge because whatever I wanted to say has already been said in the last 1 hour. So what I will do now, from a perspective of a non-ISRO person, I will see how things have come up and what are the challenges. So I thought in this presentation, I will see where we stand and where we need to go. So first of all, the theme of this National Space Day is again very beautiful. Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan, ancient wisdom to infinite possibilities. So let me start with our Honorable Prime Minister's quote. There should be no space between common man and space technology. This really exemplifies the spirit of what ISRO wants to achieve, how the space technology has to influence common man's lives and make and contribute to ease of living. So if you look at the progress from 1962, the way it started in COSPAR, ISRO established in 1969, 1975, Aryabhatta was launched, and then we had our own vehicles, SLV-3, Chandrayaan-1 in 2008, 2013 Mars Orbiter, 2023, historic day where we had this concept of National Space Day initiated by Honorable Prime Minister 2023, and now very recently astronaut on Axiom 4 and many other missions which were elaborated in the earlier presentation, Aditya L1 and so on. So this really tells how fast or how efficiently we have come, and we really need to go even at a higher speed with much more efficiency to achieve our goals. So this Space Day 2025 really sees a continuum of innovation, celebrating unbroken chain of scientific curiosity from ancient India to modern space missions. We have the theme of universal inspiration, namely every citizen can dream big and harness space technology for societal goods, as exemplified by many, many programs of ISRO. Self-reliance, absolutely essential from theoretical calculations to practical space technology. That's the journey of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And the cultural pride with all of that, namely the ancient knowledge systems meeting cutting-edge technologies, and that is India's unique contribution to global space exploration. So if you look at India's space economy and Viksit Bharat 2047, as Honorable Prime Minister said, again I will quote, Indian rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. So if you look at $8.4 billion is our current value of the Indian space economy, which is 2% of global space economy. The target by 2030 is $44 billion, which is the 8% of global economy, and 15% of the global market share by 2047. And I'm sure this will be achieved even before, in 2040, as was elaborated. And I'm sure these numbers are just indicators, but I'm sure the ISRO will do its best to even surpass what is projected. Economic impact is extremely inspiring. For every dollar invested, the return, as was done in a recent report, is $2.4. Employments, 4.7 million jobs created, and where the 96,000 jobs are the direct jobs, and industry growth, which we have heard in the last 2 hours. We have now 400 plus private space companies, 200 plus startups which are active in 2024. So if you look at India's journey, I will only take the recent one since Chandrayaan 3. 2 years ago, India united in pride as Chandrayaan 3 achieved historic landing on South Pole. Since then, we have the SpaceX mission success, the docking of the 2 satellites, Gaganyaan progress. We have Nisar launch, we have seen a few weeks back, where there is a wonderful collaboration between ISRO and NASA. Gaganyaan is in progress, and Group Captain Shukla's Axiom 4 ISS journey is inspiration to all the Indians and even internationally. So if you ask me, what are the learnings from Gaganyaan? Because this is a moment to reflect what we have learned. So here we can see that it's a famous saying that simulations, namely the computer simulations, can take you far, but nothing replaces actual space flight experience. So this is non-negotiable. The space flight experience is non-negotiable in this journey. So you have really bridging experimental gap insights beyond training rooms. That is what it is. It is the learning from Gaganyaan. First-hand experience for Group Captain Shukla and ISRO ground team. This is very, very valuable. And perspective on astronaut training, curriculum, emergency preparation, health monitoring, and microgravity adaptation. And you also know that 7 experiments aboard ISS were done by Group Captain Shukla, and these were among almost 60 scientific studies and activities representing 31 countries. So India is a player in this, and this is what I'll elaborate little bit as I go along. So I thought at this stage, since occasionally there have been some discussion, what are the what have we gained out of this Gaganyaan? So as a outsider, I thought I'll just reflect this. When you say it's a high cost, that is absolutely wrong. The cost must be seen as an investment in de-risking Gaganyaan, and human experience in a space flight is experience driven, and it is not only technology or engineering driven. Foreign route, yes. Other advanced space agencies like ESA and JAXA flew astronauts on NASA ISS mission to gain valuable experience and expertise before embarking on more independent programs. Short duration, no. Globally recognized as ideal for first-time astronauts. For example, China's Shonos 5, it was only for 21 hours. Gaganyaan's first crew flight itself is planned to be short duration, as we will see. And technical return is very, very important. We had 7 Indian experiments were flown, which were collaborated with other agencies with ISRO, producing real data on plant growth, microbial adaptation, tardigrades, muscle atrophy, and screen exposure in space. So these are all invaluable achievements of this mission. And India's participation in Axiom 4, again I'll repeat what has been mentioned, is a controlled precursor experiment. It designed to de-risk Gaganyaan. Now I will just highlight a few points about microgravity experiments. In my view, it is a huge, huge opportunity for India to really invest in microgravity experiments. And these 7 experiments which have been done, I think it's a very small beginning, but we can really, really build on it. And this is where I suggest that ISRO should see. I know they have programs. Microgravity experiments, I know when I was in my other life as a scientist, there used to be microgravity experiments, but over the years, they lost the shine. But I feel that with this new impetus, this microgravity experiments once again will be at the center stage. For example, many of you might be dealing with optical fiber in your daily life, because that's how communication is done. In this context, because the optical fiber is very, very essential for India's digital economy and telecom growth, it demands next generation fiber with higher efficiency. And here, microgravity is a very important platform which will eliminate convection, sedimentation, and buoyancy that enables longer and purer fibers. For example, already ISS experiments in Zebulon fibers, which is really no country would like to share with us or with anyone. It has shown 10x more data capacity than silica, reducing energy cost in long distance networks. So this is what we should see, how we can have a manufacturing module similar to ISS microgravity glove box to be planned on Bharatiya Antariksh Station. And also focus on simulated microgravity on ground for fiber optics manufacturing. So this is something, a lesson, which we can see how do we move forward. Of course, another area is the additive manufacturing, and this is something which is essential for the long duration space flights. When you have your Antariksh station, we should have the ability to manufacture things in situ in space, which is important for planning for long space voyages. So this is something which we need to see, how do we set up this additive manufacturing and how do we develop this capability on space stations. So we can have our initial experiments, miniature lab on satellites. We can leverage small satellites with modular experimental base on PSLV ride shares for short duration microgravity experiment till BAS becomes functional. This is something one can think about it. And reusable launch vehicle, RLV, for short duration microgravity experiments with rapid recovery, offering quick cycle of microgravity research. Because as you know, RLV is on the ISRO's agenda, and I again suggest this is where we can also look at the miniature lab for this microgravity experiments. Again, another area which is inspiring to build is can we build simulated microgravity experiments, facilities for long duration microgravity test, reducing our dependency on orbital slots. This is something, again, I'm sure ISRO must be thinking about it. Here the good news is there is already a team, I understand, which is extraterrestrial manufacturing research group at IIT Madras Microgravity Lab. And this is something we need to again see how we can amplify this effort. So this is something I thought I'll put my thoughts for your consideration. Global cooperation, India being among the top 5 spacefaring nations, can lead the global south through an international microgravity research network where India provides launch and payload services while partner countries contribute to experiment. So another possibility for ISRO to look at. It brings me to deeper impacts in society, which have been mentioned, how ISRO has set up 473 village resource centers for rural development through satellite technology in the past. Of course, our Office of PSA has this RUTAG Smart Village Centers, RSVC, a pivotal step towards bridging the gap between rural needs and technology advancements. And there, we use the images, satellite images, to help the farmers in planning their activities and also do many other assistance through this RSVC. And this is something we have seen, we heard how space technology is absolutely essential in disaster relief. EduSat, which was launched many years back, much before its time, our country being the only one at that time. The SITE program, namely the Satellite Instructional Television Experiment in 1975, if I am not wrong, where 2,400 television sets were set up in villages. We have the weather forecast, potential fishing zone prediction, looking at the sea surface temperature and chlorophyll done where INCOIS is very heavily involved. Sodic land reclamation, again looking at the sodium content in soil, telemedicine, watershed management. All these things have positively impacted lives of common people since decades. And this is the theme of ISRO's progress and the ISRO's vision, if I understand right, over the time to come. The game-changing decision which was taken by this government to bring startups in space sector, lot of it has been said, I will not repeat. We have the technology adoption fund, we have the seed fund scheme, and we have satellite bus as a service. All this will have lot of impacts which I have written, I will not repeat, but this is the way we need to see how we empower the space startups as we go along. Targeting $44 billion economy, already 38 authorizations have been issued to 23 private entities. State level space policies are also coming up. We have Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, and more recently Andhra Pradesh, where Dr. Somnath is involved. We have the incubation and sport infra with Atal incubation centers, ISRO incubation, facility access and technology transfer. All this is very, very inspiring to see how startups are becoming more and more a part of the space journey and taking it forward. I will not repeat this, but again to say how we have grown from one startup to almost 229 startups in mid-2024 and even more now. And this is where the funds which have been raised by startups have also gone manifold. So we have the private launches, innovation areas, applications, all fronts where the startups are playing a role. I will not repeat, there are many notable players. They have the stalls outside. Good to see that in last few years, all these have become really the household name and so on. Again, maybe 2 weeks back, a major development where InSpace awarded the contract to design, build and operate a 12 satellite constellation to Pixel Spacelet Consortium, which has players like Dhruva Space, PeerSight and SatSure. Again, this is, I'm repeating because it has been said this morning, but I thought it is again emphasizing how we are really coming of age to really enhance India's data sovereignty and reduce dependence on foreign sources by providing analysis-ready data, value-added services, and so on. And this project has all the 4 satellite types: optical, hyperspectral, multispectral, and SAR. This is something which India's space science future. We have heard from Dr. Narayanan what are the things lined up. We have a new generation launch vehicle. We have Bharatiya Antariksh Station. We have the reusable launch vehicle. We have the air-breathing propulsion system in scramjet engines, electric propulsion, and so on. So if you look at the future, it looks extraordinarily bright, inspiring for youth, and inspiring for the whole country. We have launch systems which have to become faster, they have to become cheaper, they have to become greener, and they have to be reusable. And this is the integrated approach which ISRO is taking to take India forward in this space journey. R&D in space technology is a step towards technology sovereignty of any country, and India in particular. We have to have a strategic independence where R&D can enable reducing dependencies on foreign technology for critical space missions. Cost efficiency, this is really in our genes. Indigenous solutions, significantly lower mission costs. And propulsion indigenization, where R&D can enable reducing dependencies on foreign technology for critical space missions. This is something which is happening, and I'm sure as we meet here next year for National Space Day, we will hear more success stories along these lines. India's strategic tech diplomacy for space is not to be missed. We have global launch services where 400 plus satellites have been launched for 34 nations. Extremely nice. This number will go up, earning almost $174 million revenue. And we have heard partnership with ESA. We have heard ISS mission, where Group Captain Shuk's Axiom 4 partnership. And more recently, about a month back, NASA-ISRO collaboration through this NISAR mission launched on 30th July. This is where our mantra is: India's cost-effective and reliable services make it a preferred launch partner. This is the ISRO unique selling point, and I'm sure with all this, we will really do much, much more as we go along. India's strategic tech diplomacy for space is also something which we are very proud of. India-France has a 50+ years of excellence. Joint Vision 2018 started through Megatropic, Saral and Trishna missions, Gaganyaan support from CNES, maritime surveillance, again established in 2019, and future Oceanosat 3, Argos, lunar rover navigation support, and India-Japan space collaboration, again something which is growing. So cooperation between CNES and ISRO is among the most long-standing and successful in astronautics, as was recently pointed out by Philippe Beptse. I'll just close it, again repeating what was again mentioned, that how the involvement of youth is absolutely essential, because they are really the future when we go towards Viksit Bharat. So we is glad to see that ISRO has Yuvika program. 153 students from 36 states participated in 2022. We have heard a few minutes back this hackathons and this robotics